Easy, Chief. Really? What the fuck? How? Aw. Kimono young kitty cat. Was it Volgy? That's cool, dude. You played one game this year? I only saw Vroid Studio. What the fuck? Yeah, sure, we'll use it now. What the fuck, dude? Oh, let's put that in shares. Thank you for the FBI, whoever that was. I love you. What the fuck? What the hell? Did it go to fucking, did it go to shares? Super wrong. Hey, Exile, how you doing, man? Sorry, I'm catching up on like Discord shit. I just looked at my review. I didn't see it yesterday. Everybody got through it yesterday, and I was like, where the fuck is mine? I guess mine is so goddamn girthy. It just took a while to fucking come up on my Discord. I don't know. Maybe they rolled it out in like secret or what do you call it, phases or something. Exile, how are you, baby boy? God, it's been a while since I've seen you. I was just looking. I think it was my Twitch recap. I had you in there, and I think you're like one of the highest watched, or maybe the highest that you watched me. I can't remember, or maybe both. I don't know. But how are you, dude? Oh my God, how are you, baby boy? Have you been working or something? I haven't seen you in so long. Also, hopefully my voice sounds okay. I'm trying was it Intella something. Oh, IntelliPan with voice meter to kind of take some of the MIDI volume out because it's god awful. So hopefully I sound okay and I don't sound like, I don't know, suspicious. Voice is good? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm glad you're doing okay, man. Where you been? I haven't seen your streams in a hot minute and I always look forward to them. You're like one of my favorite people to just like sit there and listen to, honestly. Oh, you got a full-time job? Fuck girl. Yo, congrats on that, man. And I'm sure it'll calm down eventually and you can get back to like streaming on a regular schedule. That's good though. I'm still trying to find one. I have yet to do so. And it does not feel good. I am on unemployment though. So I've bought myself some time. But, you know, only so much time, you know. But man, it's so good to see your name. Especially after I saw you on the whatchamacallit. The recap, the Twitch recap, and I was like, fuck, where is Exile? Where's my little baby? My little baby! Is there happen that you found a community manager job for a game? Oh, and full-time? Get the fuck out of here, it's fucking crazy! Actually, it's for a horror comics atmosphere game. Whoa, dude. So when you say a community manager job for a game, that means like you're managing like the community? Are you managing marketing? Like, is this for a gaming company? Do I understand that right? Okay. I don't know if the camera quality is better or worse this time around. Seems a little off. It does seem smoother though. It's better than using wireless or Wi-Fi, so just live with it. We got Tiddly, we got Satisfied Curve up. Who else should we bring up? Who's that? You don't stop refreshing Twitch. I swear to Christ, on a cracker. Demi Sagai? Demi Sagai?
Subaru and our retailers are the largest automotive donors to Make-A-Wish.
Oh, he changed his name.
Facing critical illness.
I was like, who the fuck is that? Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, it's for a studio, so you're managing both studio socials and gaming socials, and they have this idea of having a comic as well, so I'll manage that event. God, that's crazy, dude. So I have to have a strategy for the social, managing everything. I've been learning a lot, but I'm so tired. Dude, I bet. That's a lot of, that's pretty much all that social energy you used in, on Twitch, just going right to an actual job, though. That's a great transition, man. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Shit, who knows, dude? Maybe you could hit it super big one day. Super big, mega community manager. Everybody loves the Exile Cast. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything. What's my title for today? Just chatting? Okay. We're gonna do some Night Swarm for a little bit. Night Swarm is really fucking fun. I love Night Swarm, man. I played the fuck out of that demo. And it is beautifully put together and so cute and so fun. Before we do, bam, let's do let's do that, yeah. Let's go to the wish list. The wish list. Which I love that Akife has been like banking off my wish list. Like, I've got the best fucking wish list out there for games, man. I find all the weird shit and it goes on here and it's so good. Chuck Wagga Wow Wee, how you doing there, sexy boy? Holy shit in the banana. In or on the banana, it's your choice. Oops, well, that's not what I meant to say. Whatever. Axel says, I wish. I'll keep you in the loop. If I can scoop some keys, I'll send them your way. Sounds good, dude. I'll be happy to represent and fucking spread the love with whatever game it is, man. Also, if you ever need a guy that loves indie games and has a lot of good, I guess, quality indicators and quality taste, you fucking let me know, Exile. Even if it's like part-time, like, it'd just be really fun to get into. What's up, Near? I'm gonna fight you after this ad ends. Joke's on you, Near. You've already lost. Pathetic fool thought he had a chance. Hey, Near, good to see you, dude. Alright, looks like nothing else popped up on my wish list here. Summer Polka. We gotta watch this video real quick. This looks great. It looks a little too serious, but it looks really cute. Nothing's gonna beat 5 hearts under one roof, though. Chocolate, what are you doing today, bud?
그럼 오늘부터 사장님이라고 불러도 되나요? 사장이 내 작품 속의 주인공이 되는 중.
The 5 typical personality types.
그래서 보니까
Oh shit!
귀엽다.
Look at him!
드디어 만났어.
Cute.
매일매일
Rios is cheating. He's always cheating, dude.
이렇게 만나는.
That's his secret. That's not really a secret.
별로 여자 닮은이도 엄청.
God damn! She's the winner. She's the winner. She's the winner. She's the winner. She's the winner.
지내보자. 그런데
Wow! They just did a picture of feet. Never mind. She's the winner. This is the winner right here.
이상하게 좀
Yeah.
편하던.
Yeah. Little emo girl, emo Asian girl, automatic win. Automatic win.
사랑해. 나 왔어.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great game. Let's see. We got Kingdom of Night still. Oh, games Night Home. Oh, the game you're like the main game you're marketing right now. Oh shit, dude! I think this is on my wish list.
what's out there. Not from.
I'm pretty positive that's on my wish list. Hold on. Can we do like a search? Yeah, there it is. I was like, man, that looks familiar. This is Nightholm. This is what Exile is doing. He's doing community management for, like, social media and the whole bit. He's like officially, that's like his full-time job and shit.
You a priest?
And that's dope, dude. I'm so excited for you.
I stopped believing in fairy tales.
And what game isn't on my wish list? AAA, mostly. I love you too, Exile. I'm so excited for you, dude. It makes me so happy that you went somewhere in the gaming industry, and I hope it stays steady and true for you. I know the gaming industry can be very fickle.
Damn.
But I hope you get somewhere and you keep going, man.
Those markings. They keep you safe.
Was this a
from what's out
thorn
there.
milk?
Not from what's out there. From what's in here.
We're gonna play some Night Swarm, guys, first, and then we're gonna switch back to Routine. Routine has been really fun so far. I really love it. It's about to get to the really scary part too, because now we've unleashed the beasts, and there's gonna be a lot of hiding and trying to do puzzles before we get caught. So spoilers. Spoil your nuts, dude. Goddamn, those high rolls today. That looks crazy, dude. I'm excited. You're just rolling high today because Susu's not here. As soon as Susu gets here, you're gonna roll a 1 like fucking immediately. Cool. Good transformation. Interesting. Oh, is this like a co-op? Oh god. Oh, it's like... Oh, it's all sorts of mutant powers. Sick, dude. I like the art style a lot. It is beautiful. This is pre-alpha? Pretty good. Really good for pre-alpha. Captured on PC? Hell yeah. Well, we get some tasty boss fights. Oh, cool. Yeah. Is this like a rival hunters stalk the same prey? Oh, is this like PvE VP? Oh, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fucking crazy. They had some issues with the trailer, but they learned from it. The gameplay is a bit confusing from the viewer, or for the viewer. Yeah, it's a little questionable on like what type of game it is, but it looks like it's partially a co-op, and you've got like, I mean, you're on the hunt at least, so like that's pretty good. It's on purpose, you see? Yeah, son of a bitch! You know what I love about this game? Is all I need is the WASD keys. I don't have to use anything else. Let's go like right there. JK. It's got some good music now. Sick, I love it. Oh, Night Swarm, these nuts. Exile says I've installed this game, still have to try it. Dude, this game is so good! For Bullet Heaven, I don't know what it is, if it's the theming, if it's the RNG, the weird upgrades, I don't know, but it's so good, Exile.
We cannot let the house rot in his absence.
Also, I forgot to start recording. I'm brand new.
Is young,
I'm new to
but he
YouTubing,
is the
please forgive
only
me.
one with the blood and will to lead. With our guidance, he will rise. Go find him. It is time we end this drift.
This is also my first time streaming. I don't even know if my camera's on. Also, I love that it's like a miniature, like, style kind of game too. I thought that was very quirky and fun. Very tabletop-esque kind of style. And I kind of love that. Oh my god. Which weapon's my favorite so far? Fuck, dude. I don't remember all the weapons because I only played the demo like 12 times. But I know there was a favorite weapon, but like there was also There was also a specific ally that made the weapon even better. And I know there was like some piercing and return or something, I think. Or maybe it was like piercing and then a fan spread of it. Was it chain lightning? It might have been chain lightning or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember from the demo, dude, but this is the first time playing 1.0, so. Chakram itself has been mid. Yeah. The spear. The spear sounds familiar. I don't know, it depends on what ally I have with me, because some of them have, like, different abilities that can make what you do a whole hell of a lot better. And anybody with life regen is a godsend, I swear, dude. Rios' first time streaming, like your style. I know some really good art you can get your channel outfitted with. Rios, fuck off. Are you on crack today, dude? So base allies, the weapon really doesn't matter. You mean like before upgrading? Because there's like damage or cooldown? I assume you mean like without upgrading your ally. Because when I upgraded allies, they paired really well with a certain weapon in my inventory that made it stronger. But yeah, like base level, that doesn't really matter too much. Once you upgrade them though, it does matter, like a lot. What's this pool of blood? The sanguine pools. I'm gonna throw you in there, Rios. I'm gonna bathe you in it. Oh, it's so nice to see all of this like finished and potentially like accessible. I think, I don't think we ever gotten there. I know we didn't get to that bridge, but I know we did this in this area. What is this? Oh, wait. I don't remember an upstairs. Maybe that was available too. I don't know. Ew, Aaahh. Rios, are you fucking okay, dude? Blink with one eye if you're not having a stroke. Fucking alright, dude?
You called for me, Master Goldrath?
Oh, what a good voice. What a good voice for Roderick.
I did.
And
The
Goldrath.
Lord is gone, and the throne grows cold. The others hesitate, but I see something in you. A spark.
My
a shape
dick!
waiting to be forged.
Big phallic shape. Don't deny it.
I'm no leader. Not yet.
Oh, he's so cute. He's such an innocent little guy.
No one is, at first.
I'm not gonna lie, the picture of Lord
But
Goldrath,
blood
it looks like he has the giant
and
red dog.
your blood carries
Just hanging out,
weight.
man. I'm a little
You don't have to walk this path
bit concerned
alone.
about that.
We'll shape it together.
One sec. I think my camera's it's a little bit fuzzy down there. Usually it's at like 165. I think that's okay. 160. Why is it fuzzy in there but not here? That's really weird. Yeah, that's a little better. I guess that's fine. I wonder if it's transferring differently. Meh.
What do you need me to do?
Take the mantle, claim the castle, bind the houses.
Oh, let me do
before
it, Daddy.
others try to do
Oh,
it
Daddy,
in
oh,
your
Daddy.
place. This is your moment, Roderick. Rise to it.
Why did they have to have that weird, like, blood vein vessel tube thing just coming out of his lap like that, dude? It's very suspicious. I mean, good on him, but, like, come on, man. What What's going on? Let me in. I had so much shit upgraded last time. I don't remember this area. I don't remember this Taylor area. Maybe this wasn't available, or I just don't remember it. But yeah, I'll update you, dear, on like my favorite shit. But I'm sure a lot's changed since the demo. So honestly, the Blood Spear is a really
the
good
others
starting
may
weapon,
still
too.
waver, but Lord Goldrath has named me heir.
Blood Spear, whatever it is.
If we're to end this war, I need you at my side.
Oh, fuck! I remember what it was, Nier. No, it was not the speed. It was there was an AOE weapon that I had. Maybe it was like a frost aura or something. I don't remember. Some kind of aura, I think, was one of my favorites, next to like the Blood Spear and something else. Yeah, I
Many
think.
claim the will to lead.
Blood Bomb. Yeah, it was like a sanguine
carried the
aura.
spine
I
to
think.
follow through.
I think that's what it was. Sanguine aura.
Why should I bleed for another name in a crumbling hall?
Oh my god. This guy looks amazing. I love his artwork.
Because this war will devour us all, unless we stand as one.
Yeah, once I got to Sanguine,
You're not just
the
a
aura's
warrior.
really good because it's just
We
consistent
need your mind,
and it's full coverage.
Your voice.
I
need
obviously
them.
the damage is lower, but no, it was really good in the demo. Especially if you can get it bigger and then you get the damage increases and blah 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 blah. That thing was great. But I don't remember it being like a very common drop either, so.
You say you need me, but I only follow those who can stand on their own.
I think that and Blood Spear was
If you
good.
want my help, you need to bring my father's hat.
Once you upgrade
Back
your
from the wolf-marked
companions,
past.
they can fucking shred too.
Survive that, and I'll know you're worth following.
Why is he like, he's like slowly expanding and contracting? This is freaking me out, dude. Oh, it's casting my shadow on it? Weird. What's this big dude? just wobble his fucking legs around? Alright, cool. What is this? Oh my god, I barely have anything. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the Sanguine Pool. Yeah, that was like my most, like, if I got that, I was super happy. I think the daggers are really good too, if I remember right. I don't remember the blood shotgun at all. Oh, you could banish? Yeah, I think Blood Spear, Sanguine Pool, and then the Dagger of the Damned were my favorites. From the demo anyway. I don't remember much else, but they were super fucking good. For companions, I remember like the one really tanky dude that heals you over time. He was really fucking good too, because if you got his damage up enough, the healing was ridiculous. And honestly, like when you get to the bosses in the harder settings, you basically need that healing to survive. Because some bosses will just stay in your asshole and you'll just, I mean, you can't avoid them. Or they're just too close too often. So I do remember that like regen was super fucking important for like in-game shit. I don't know if it still is, but... what is all this? These are all items? I don't know, did this... I don't think anything from the demo carried over, did it? Nier, did it carry over for you? Do you know? Doesn't look like it did for me. Or maybe I have to install the demo for it to carry over. Actually, do I still have it installed? I don't know. Night Swarm. Oh, you didn't play the demo? Ah, okay. Oh. Oh, it doesn't even... Oh, because I haven't reset? Oh, it doesn't show it. What the hell? Eh, whatever. Wham. Oh, wow. That's a lot. That is way bigger than the demo. Holy shit. Good. I didn't play the demo. You never knew this was a thing until yesterday. What? Ah! I played the... yeah, maybe you weren't there when I played the demo for it, or maybe you just don't remember it. I don't know. Yeah. Skill issue? Fuck you, Rios. You are a skill issue. Yeah? How's that fucking feel? But yeah, I was on the demo playing on the nightmare setting, just shredding shit. But like all bullet heavens, it gets to that point to where like, yeah, you might not have been paying attention, whatever. It gets to that point to where like, you have to have certain drops to survive on nightmare. Like you have to go in hoping and praying for like 1 of 2 or 3 builds. Otherwise, it's just, you know, you just die. If I remember right, which I don't. I don't know. We'll just do all the quests. I don't really remember. I remember elites being really brutal on Nightmare and skipping those. Unless it had... Yeah, unless it had this, where you can get a companion. Let's go for the... The green quests were not, like, super necessary. But they are fun. But the yellow quests I remember being pretty important. And then companions are crazy important. But I think to get a companion, you have to unlock them. I don't remember if you have to get them to a campsite or beat the boss. I really don't remember. Maybe you just get a companion by, like, just as soon as you grab them, you can take them out. I don't know. You always fought the elites, give you the bonus resources and XP? Yeah. On the Nightmare setting? Are you playing on Nightmare right now, Nier? Because on Nightmare, man, early on, sometimes it's better just to avoid them and then tackle that shit on the next map. But sometimes, though, you'll have, like, a good build and it doesn't matter. So, I don't know. It's all RNG, dude. I don't know. I remember liking but hating the quests. Reputation quest? Whatever. We'll do it. I wish I had my controller up here.
I am ready.
Whoa, easy, bud. Launches blood orbs that create lingering pools of blood. You hear I'm ready?
Oh!
Whoa! Back at you, dude. Wait, fuse with at max level? Oh, you could fuse this with Blood Spear? Just try it. Might spam you on Discord just to hear it on stream. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, you get 6 fucking abilities? What the fuck? Dude, in the demo, I think it was like 2. 2 outside of your Blood Spear. Oh. Crazy. Oh god. Oh, geez. Oh, you get gear? Oh, that's new. Oh, there's so much new shit. This is great. Oh, I'm gonna shove this whole game up my ass and twist it. I keep forgetting it's like a fucking auto whatever. Oh, this is the only ability I have right now? Fuck. So I need Blood Shotgun to fuse it. Oh, but Sanguine Pool! Yeah, I'll do it later. Yeah. That's right. Shit, I forgot. What is this? movement speed is really important. I like how it shows like what can be affected. We get banishes. We get one banish, which is nice. I mean, that's legendary. We'll just put that. Whoa! Whoa! What are those things? Those were never in the fucking demo. What the shit? Oh, Companions of Mana and Mana Regen. Decreases attack cooldown. Fill out the weapons first, then do the other effects. We'll do Blood Spear and whatever that other thing is. Blood Spear is honestly really solid. Oh, sanguine pool now. God! Ah. Oh, these are like temporary companions, right? I think so. Wahoo! Gorgoroth was okay. I don't think it's the ones I wanted. Are these companions permanent until they die? Is that how that works? I don't fucking remember, man. Ooh, Elizabeth! Hello! I'm keeping you just because. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit! Jesus! Wife! Insta-wife, my dude. So just lets you attack so fast. Elizabeth is the other top pick. She's a top pick for probably the wrong reasons for me. Where's my... Okay, so I don't have the chakram yet. Okay, cool. Oh, her ability is automatic? Oh shit, that's nice. I'm doing terrible. Boobs? Shut up, Rios. I don't even see any boobs. I don't even know what boobs are. Whee! Oh my god, we're both little tornadoes? That's amazing. Oh, they got totems now? Too bad I don't have any gold. Gold for that. Sure is an elite.
Path revealed.
Damn, that dash is crazy. Oh, a blueprint. Cool. Master Hellsong's hat. Attack damage or range? Maybe range? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. What does that do? Oh. Whoa! My first one's a Lego? God damn! If only I had Sanguine Pool. Fucking rip. So is this, what's the timer for? Is that just, it just ends, right?
Ready for more?
Oh yeah, and then like you run around really fast and pick stuff up or whatever. Crit chance or crit damage? Gotta go with the epics, man. Wow! Cool. I love this game so much. As long as I get to take Elizabeth with me, that's all that matters. Straight up, she's a permanent ally. I'm never gonna not take her with me. Her and the other guy, as long as she's there, that's all that really matters. How does that show up darker? Hold on. No, it's the same. It's just my TV. The brightness is way too high on it. So it's like fucking with me. Okay. Okay. I guess, yeah. We'll do the questies, the green quest. I don't remember the green quests, like how helpful they are, but let's fucking do it anyway.
My path is clear.
The best part about this game is you don't need a mouse. You just need WASD and like F or space or whatever. Fucking awesome. Since we probably won't fuse two with them, we'll just pick this one. Love me some Sanguine Pools, man. Plus, you don't have to wait on that shit to like pop these gold units, which is really nice. It's just hitting all the time.
Eyes of the night.
I don't know what that means. Oh. I like these little gambit shrines, dude. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I can destroy that shit now? Fuck yeah, dude. Sanguine Pool is so fucking good. I swear to Christ on a cracker! He's a bit there. I don't know, dude. I guess, yeah. Damage boosted! Damn, that damage boost is like serious. Gotta go with legendaries. Oh, 60. What's that purple icon on that? Oh, that's a big XP boost that I missed. I'll be right back. Okay, just letting you guys know the repair guy for the ceiling fan downstairs, electrical, is here. So I'll be like, 15-20 minutes. Sorry it took so long. We're gonna keep on trucking. Oh shit. It's warm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Boop. Man, the music in this game is like so pretty. Whew. Okay. Anyway, 3:30. Cool. Sick. Love that. Huh? What was I doing? Should probably be dashing like all the time. Oh, is this just like an in-between level? Wow. I wish I made these go faster.
Field of sight.
What's that? Who are you? Oh, Jesus! Just summons an elite. Oh, for the fork. Kill him. Yeah. Okay, so Purple Shrine's good. But summons bosses. I like that. I like a lot. Ooh! The next two chests you open may contain a random relic. Okay, cool. A little collection range wouldn't hurt. Man, it's so easy in the easy setting. I don't really know what shrine is what. I know Purple Shrine boss now. I don't know what these red ones are.
Mystery unravels.
Definitely want these. Oh, that's just XP. Okay. Really important. 10 per minute? Oh my god, it's like nothing. I'd rather do Life Leech. Life Leech was OP as fuck last time. God, this is so tame. In comparison to fucking Nightmare. Nightmare was so insane. Reduces dash cooldown. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, let's do that. There we go, nice. Yeah, Zing Pool is still pretty nasty.
Path revealed.
Try to save that for like when we're at 30 seconds. Oh, I don't know if I can fuse yet. I don't even think fusing was in the demo. I think it was just potentially there, but it didn't function. Walk around and find out.
Uncover the unknown.
Okay. Crit damage, HP. We'll do bloodshot. Oh, red one's, okay. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Suck it all up.
Vibrations.
Yeah. Ow. So red is like a random relic, purple is a boss. No.
Mystery unravels.
Sick, love it. This. Oh, it's a blueprint. Oh shit. I already had that blueprint though. Aw, shit. I haven't done any movement speed, so let's do that. Delicious! What were those? It's like, oh, scissors and thread? Hell yeah.
Eyes of the night.
Shuck it, nerd! Oh, ow. So do they both have to be a Tenafuse or just one of them? On completing any point of interest, drink a movement speed potion. Ah, okay, so like the map thing. Yeah. Actually really good.
Field of sight.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh shit. Max health. Legendary, so I'm gonna say yeah. Okay, a little bit of health regen. How long does that speed boost last? I cannot fucking tell. Is that a fucking turret? What the fuck? Alright.
Getting stronger.
6 for that. All enemies set ablaze. Hell yeah. Oh my god, that's nice. Sure is a big old fucking radius over there. Ooh.
Power of the dragon.
Shadow Silk. Alright, sick. Why don't we do music just a little lower? I think that's like a permanent companion, right? I don't know. Let's just do that. Go towards the green. Probably should have done yellow, but eh. Let's get them companions.
One more step to my goal.
Honestly, Blood Shotgun is not bad. Doing pretty okay.
Path revealed.
Oh, big Mr. McNasty's up. How nice is that? Cooldown, damage, pierce, lifetime. Oh. God, okay. Then we can do that. You dead anyway, bitch. What is this? Oh. That's a nice card. First 150 enemies now. 1 HP. That's awesome. Attack size. Got another big nasty up. Goodness. Have fun running around that pool, buddy. Oh, I don't see my favorite guy. That's a bummer. Movement speed, crit damage, relic cooldown. Sure, we'll choose that one. Tits me and gargoyle. Yo, that crit damage doesn't fuck around. Increase stage timers by 10%. Oh, that's awesome.
I grow.
Wish I had that earlier. That's great. Huh. Okay. So green is like guaranteed like rare or legendary, I guess?
I ascend.
Damn. Wish I could go faster. Or just auto magnet shit would be sick. I don't think we can get a third companion, can we? I didn't think so.
Let's not waste time.
Oh man, Sanguine Pool's so good. Hell yeah. Is that what we're trying to combine? I don't fucking remember.
My blood surges.
What do we have? Carryover power? Fuse with that at max level. So they can fuse with each other, but they need more levels. Okay. Okay, cool. Found a rune? Blood pack? Okay.
Getting stronger.
Crit damage. Hell yeah. I want to fuse shit. I want to see what it makes. 58. I'm nowhere near that. Ooh, the circles are getting tight. Close to that though. 5% max HP each time you use a totem. All right.
Uncover the unknown.
What was that, like, upgrade Blood Spear to 6. Why is that an achievement? Attack cooldown, projectile speed. Attack cooldown. Seems way more. Hell yeah. Sick. Oh, we got another yellow question up here. We'll do that next instead of the green one. Oh. Maybe not? What's happening? What in the world? Who's this little spider dude? He's adorable.
Phew. That was way too close.
Oh, he's my boy? I bet he makes use of that shadow silk.
Arachne, are you all right?
Find the blood well and fill it. Oh, shit, dude.
Healing.
There we go. Easy peasy. And the longer we stand still, the more damage we get, so you can just stand here, I think. Hello? Oh, I'm killing him outside the blood well. There we go. Gotta kill him in the blood well. Yeah, let's do this guy. Movement speed is good. Movement speed is like fucking useful in this. Ah! Oh, what is this? Relic opacity can be changed from the settings panel. Look. Yes, use your abilities. Make me faster, stronger. Run into things more often. My favorite.
Eyes of the Night.
Ourselves a Lego. I should probably save it for blueprints, but meh.
One more step to my goal.
Yeah. Cool. I like that little movement potion, man. That's good. Hell yeah, brother. Obviously this one. What is that? Receive refresh and banish tokens. Oh, is that what the dice means? I think it is.
One elite werewolf in this area. 2 in this area.
What is this? Oh. As you proceed down a dark path, you come across a pit in the forest, concealed with freshly cut tree branches. A faint human voices are heard nearby. This could be a trap set by bloodthirsty hunters. Check if there's anything hidden in the trap. I like it. Oh, 3 levels in Shadow Silk? What is that? What does that mean, gaining 3 levels? Oh, like my level. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, so that's what the yellow question mark is? It's just like a... Oh, man. I might avoid those. That doesn't feel good. I need actual, like, combat maps, because you get so much stuff in those.
Power.
Collect the dices. Oh, there it is! There's my fusion. Hellshot. Yeah. Love that, dude. I don't know. Holy shit, the Hellfire is crazy. Look at it go, man. God damn. I was gonna wait for the swirly chakram thingies. Oh, it also gets to upgrade? That's insane. Ugh.
My blood surges.
Probably should have done damage increases to begin with, but... Bigger attack size. Oh my god, it's like half the screen now.
No.
Yeah! Susu, hey, baby. How you doing, man? Beautiful, beautiful lady, you. Keep getting the ones I don't want now.
I grow.
You ordered yourself a Christmas gift. Oh, that's nice, BB. I hope it gets here in time. Well, it's only December 5th. It should. How am I? I'm doing okay. I'm just playing some Night's Worm. And I got to do a little bit of decorating late tonight just to get a head start on tomorrow. I don't know if I want to blow up balloons or hang like the streamers and other things first, but one of the two tonight. Because both of those will take a while, so. Otherwise playing this game and loving it. I'm so glad 1.0 came out. I am gonna play more routine tonight. I just don't know when, but I want to play more. Episode 2 sounded like the first part only arrived in February for some reason. It's fucking weird. Alright. But yeah, otherwise prep and birthday stuff, and tomorrow I'll be gone all day. And tomorrow I'll be doing the rest of the decoration and like food prep and drink prep and stuff like that. Pretty exciting though. Pretty excited. Tomorrow's gonna be a long ass day though. I got a long list, so I think I could do it all in like 5 hours though. We'll see. Very, very busy.
I can alter fate.
There it is. Shocker kinda sucks. So you upgraded, it's decent though. Yeah, it'll be a great day, Susie. I appreciate it, baby. It'll be great. It'll just be a long day. In a good way. In a good way. What have you been up to today, baby? Anything fun? Besides a little gift? A little gifty wifty woo? God damn! Shredded that bitch! Ow. Wahoo! This is honestly, I'm trying to get out of my winter low that somehow hit you this week. Didn't get much done, which is sad, but I don't want to push me when I know pushing won't get me to do anything anyway. Yeah, that's fair, dude. I get that, BB. You'll get out of that low. Plus, you've always got me and my goofy self. I know it ain't much, but it's honest, you know? It ain't much. It ain't honest, but it's much. It's my favorite reversal of that fucking meme. It's so pure, so good. Wait, I remember this boss. K-Cat! Your patron. Oh, he's an angry tree. What am I? So I got 3 companions with me? This is way easier than the demo, bro.
Into the heart of my forest.
Just as I just need a moment.
Your
You.
kind
Yeah, baby.
once cursed
I'll
this
do what I
land.
can to be a goofy goober just for you.
It will devour you.
Neither your curse nor your roots can stop me,
Roots.
Oops, I did not mean to skip that. I'm so sorry.
They are veins carrying the
Thick and
lifeblood of
veiny.
this land. And soon they will drink yours.
Oh, you gonna drink something? Kitty, how are you, buddy? What you doing today, buddy? I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh. Get out of the way! Oh god! And he's dead. So fucking easy, dude. Oh, he's a little baby! You killed the Deku tree. He's dead forever now. Yo, who's this hottie? Corvus?
Is that truly you?
You're just so fucking hot.
Unbelievable. I never thought that beast could be vanquished.
Corvus
But
and
you
then
did it.
this other companion I have are so fucking hot, dude. Big ass
Finally,
titties.
it's over. Thank you, young bloodline. You truly saved me.
Wow. She's so chill about it, dude. Can I get this suit? Come here and waste your days with me in my super big comfy couch and let's cuddle the winter away with spiced apple cider and the Chinese food I can make to spoil you. Yeah, do it. Hell yeah, hurry the fuck up. I'll come over and join both of you.
Corvus, are you all right? How did you end up here? To see you here.
I was searching for
She's
the
just a little,
pure
like,
power
statuette.
flowing within that creature's veins. The blood of these beasts carries secrets beyond the magic you know, Roderick. I believe we must return to the castle.
Oh, please.
We will be safer there. And there, I can show you how to wield this power.
Oh, show me everything.
Come with me, Roderick.
God damn! Shit! Oh, there's so many weird little currencies. Echoes of Grandeur. Oh, that's right. We got a blueprint. I forgot about that. Bloodstone. Whatever that's for. And we got like a weird, like, I guess his head. The boss's head. Congratulations, you have lost this area. Will you return to the castle to grow stronger for your next venture or continue onward? Continue, duh. This is Kitty, can I just like come over right now? Duh, you could have come over like fucking years ago, Sue. What the hell? What the hell? Maybe I should have gone back to the castle now that I think about it. Oh well. Then again, oh, I can just stand still. I don't have to fucking move. Yeah, there's no map. There's no timer. I think you just go as long as you can. Every 5 levels gained, instantly gain a bonus level. Yo, that's nice. Oh, there is a map. I just can't see it. Okay. Booking a ticket right now? Hell yeah. Took you long enough, dude. Weehaw! Is this... Like, if I just keep going right... Is it just... Did I just see that dude get blasted for 1,400? Holy Christ on a cracker. It's a lot... It's a lot of damage. Kind of want this ring IRL. It's pretty sick. regenerating. You cheating whore. Yeah, I think this just goes on forever, which, honestly, pretty exciting stuff. I'm shredding him with that shotgun, though. Damn. Oh, shit, dude. Fuck yeah. I hope I don't, like, lose everything if I die. That would be trash with ass.
My goal.
Woohoo! Full frame win? We do need to play that. Maybe instead of routine. I don't know. I was gonna play Night Storm for a bit. I don't know how long I'll play. But if I tucker out a Night Storm, well, yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. I was gonna switch to routine, but I don't know, if I don't get to it, I don't get to it. It's not a big deal. Dude, where am I going? Infinite? You either find shit or you don't. Ooh, shit hurts. Ooh, they're getting tankier. They're getting tankier and a little bit stronger, and it hurts a lot. Which is you now? I could drag this out, bitch. Oh, goddamn. Look at this shotgun, it's like half the fucking screen now. Ow, fuck! Whee! Wahoo! I'm catching up to his projectiles. It's pretty goofy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh! No! Oh, I zipped into it, otherwise I was fine. Nah, it's okay. We came back with a lot of shit, which is awesome, so. I can't believe I zipped right into it. Fuck me, dude. Damn it. Son of a bitch! Oh, I should have lasted longer. What is this? Oh, this is our girl? She's so hot, dude.
Roderick, you've returned. I was expecting you. Were you able to acquire that bloodstone?
Or you know what, Kitty? Maybe we'll save
to the power you demonstrated yesterday.
Soulfriend's that's gonna be a pretty hefty time investment. So why don't we save that for like Monday? Because I think Monday I wanted to do Kill It With Fire 2 with Chocolate, Rodimus, and like whoever the fuck. And maybe before that, I assume anyway, we can do whatchamacallit, that thing you just said. Soulframe, yeah. How do you like it so far, by the way? Does it feel pretty good? Is it fun? Is it, like, engaging?
Indeed. It's all yours.
Is the co-op actually co-op, unlike Where the Wind Meets?
As I told you, the blood of those beasts holds a unique power. It possesses the key to awaken the darkest potential within our mind's deepest corners.
Good. It looks fun. It looks great.
This is about more than just survival, Roderick. This is about seizing true power.
Oh my God, I'm in
what
love
do you
with
say?
her.
Can you bring me
Oh, red eyes, white hair. Just fuck me.
Consider it done, Corvus. The path to greater power calls, and I'm ready to walk it.
Same. So what is this exactly? Equip and upgrade ones you found using blood. Oh, that's what the bloodstones are for, and purple essences. The more you invest the upgrade, the higher chance of success. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, we're doing this shit? God damn. Okay, well, all I found is this. All I can wear is this. So, Just extra HP. Oh my god. It is not worth even using purple stones. That's ridiculous. It's pretty funny, huh? Oh, it's been decommissioned now? Oh, that airbase or airport? That's definitely Bloodstone only territory. Noted.
What can I do for you?
What is this giant hand walking around? Oh my god, is a giant's head floating in here? Crazy, dude, crazy. Alright, we saved homeboy. Let's talk to him.
Roderick, you're back. I sensed your return.
Oh, look at this
I was waiting
man.
for you. Thank you
Sweet
again for helping me
Spider-Man.
escape those creatures.
Man spider?
I'm
Man
sorry if I
spider.
put you in danger, but it was necessary.
All good, homie.
I need to explain why I took those shadow silks that day, and I've also found a way to repay you. This will help you collect shadow silks too, just like me. They are fragments of energy hidden in the shadows, only able to be captured with a special touch.
He kind of reminds you of Doc Ock. Honestly, he just looks like a chubbier version. You're totally right, Sue. Yeah, he's just like a chunky version. I love that. And nicer.
You'll need power to survive in this world, Roderick.
No.
And I can provide it.
Oh! The power
You
of the
bring me
sun
enough
in the
shadow
palm
silks,
of my hand.
I can weave unique armors for you.
Just tell him Colonel Penny told you it was okay. Kitty cow, the fuck? Yeah, that'll fly, dude. They'll be like, oh yeah, we know him. We're totally cool.
Right, Arachne? Thank you, my friend. I'll keep my eyes open for the shadow silks.
Measure twice, cut once.
Powerful items using the blueprints and shadow silk that you've collected. Okay, cool. Oh, and you can dismantle items or blueprints to gain shadow silk. Very nice. Oh no. This is another one of those you have to have enough shadow silk to upgrade. Oh, it's all chance upgrades? Fuck you, dude. So how do I, okay. So what happens if I craft it again? Oh. Oh, only one cane. I see. It's just attack damage though. It's not like crazy. Okay, these upgrades. Oh, yo, that's so sick looking though. I'll part with that 0.2% for the sake of having a skull. Fucking sick. So I can upgrade this. How many, how do I, okay. What do you think, 88%? Let's go to 80. Yeah. Wow, that's nice. So select an item to upgrade. Shit! Your roommate from the Citadel just retired a couple months back from the Air Force. I'm still like 15 years away from retiring. Goddamn, I chose poorly with my job decisions. Listen, at least you have a retirement fund, homie. I've done worse. I don't have a retirement fund. I'm basically fucked. And honestly, like, unless this... unless it was, you know, getting into a permanent IT job in the 80s, we're all kind of fucked anyway. Pension barely exists anymore. It's not even as good as it was. And who knows if you'll be guaranteed to get it. Like, they might try to fuck you out of it somehow. Like, everything doesn't feel good anymore, you know? Just, do your best, homie. Do your best. You're doing great. You got fat pensions? Ugh. Yeah, but back when pensions were actually good and viable. Ugh, hurts my fucking soul, dude. Hurts my butthole. Still not good enough. They're gonna need a lot of threads.
Your father's legacy shouldn't rot in the jaws of beasts. I went to the pass and brought it back.
I love this little game, dude, so much.
You faced the pack that broke me and lived.
Yeah! Oh yeah, dude.
That hat has seen more blood than I care to remember. And yet, here it is.
Kitty, have you seen that fucking stupid-ass statue in the desert that the Game Show Awards has been, like, talking about and shit? Oh, you haven't? I'm surprised, dude. Are you on X at all? Twitter/X? Or no? You should be, dude. I love X, man. There is, you will find everything on there. Also, I follow a lot of game devs, so, like, I have to kind of be there. Ain't gonna find that shit on Facebook, that's for sure. Nowhere near the capacity. Between artists and game devs, they're all on X, dude. So I have to be on there. So, but there's also like cool news, like what is it called? Like game show awards and shit like that, and I love that stuff. You just have a Zitter account. I'm gonna call it Zitter account for porn. You know, honestly, the porn on there is not bad, but I don't really look that up very often. The butts on there are great though. I will admit that's where most of my butts come from. In the Sometimes Butts channel, which by the way I need to update. There's a lot of e-girls, man. Also, listen, not a fan of Trump, but he lifted the ban on compact trucks, and I am so fucking excited. There's this sick ass truck. What is it called? Whatever it is. I don't know. It's a Toyota something. Toyota, it's like XI something. He's talking about the old Twitter, Susu. Twitter, and then after it got bought out, after Jack whatever sold it to Elon, it became X. Just rebranded. It's the same fucking thing. But yeah, there's a couple of Japanese trucks that the ban has been lifted on, which is such a good thing, because that's big competition, and that's gonna drive prices down on Ford and those other fuckheads. Yeah, here we go. Can you see that? So yeah, there's this like statue thing just in the middle of the desert. It's bullshit fucking, and it's not small. I mean, that's big. That's like, it's like Gateway, quote unquote, big. Like it's at least 10 feet tall. And it's obviously a fucking, video game, what's the word? Like a campaign thing like they did in the 90s, but it sucks more. And honestly, I've been giving them shit and constantly just being like, I swear to fucking God, if it's a Diablo or Diablo spinoff, I'm gonna fucking set a studio on fire. Promotion. That's what I was thinking.
Very well, Roderick.
Oh, he's got his hat on.
My respect.
But that's been floating around a lot, and nobody knows what it's for. And honestly,
lead us.
Whatever it is, it's gonna be disappointing. I'm excited for that truck, man. I need that truck! Oh, we get our skill tree. Sick. Jesus, that's 200? Holy fucking shit! Whoa, a chance to burn enemies on hit? Duh. And freeze? Duh. Let's do the burn and the freeze. Love that. Hell yeah, dude. I'm so poor. I'm poor in the game and I'm poor in real life. It sucks.
Let's see.
Oh, the companions. Yeah. Oh, look at Elizabeth, dude. Look at her. Ugh. Do anything for her. Anything!
Vampires strong together.
This is the other really good one. It's this guy. The Abbot, I think. So we'll try to unlock him. Oh, there's a bunch I've never seen before. Well, we can unlock him. Yeah. Can we... So how do I... At least 6 should remain on... Oh, so there has to be 6. Okay. Oh, Elizabeth, God, I'm fucking in love. That's all I could do for that. I'm gonna need so many resources.
Igor, I need your help. More than ever.
More than ever.
For you, Roderick. Always. Or I would, if I still remembered how to do half of what I used to do.
Oh, what's wrong?
The head in the jar needs some detailing or something. It looks weird.
My alchemy book is gone. Without it, I can barely remember my own formulas, let alone anything useful. You know how my mind works, or doesn't? One of the test subjects, a werewolf, escaped during my last experiment. Took the book with it.
What?
If you want my help.
I'm gonna turn down volume just a smidge. Okay, that's a little more pleasant to my ears. I hope that's better for you guys too. What about these like little blood crystals? What do we...
Igor, I need your help.
For you, Roderick.
Oh.
One of the test subjects.
Okay, what do you want me to fucking do about it, bud?
Igor.
Okay, cool. Oh, is this where I spend those? Where do I spend them? Yeah. We can only unlock one, it looks like. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, there's a lot. Hellshot's not bad. I'm gonna aim for something different this time, I think, for sure. You have to purchase the fucking talent? Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, yeah. We're gonna get all of our passives for sure. God, we're gonna need so much. It's crazy. Well, hold on. Is there something cheaper I can spend it on, or is it all 250? Yeah. Why is this? Oh, do you have to play it like 4 times to like unlock everything? Why does it have like multiple? Or does it get harder? I don't understand. Oh, is that if I play it on like Nightmare? Oh, I'm so confused. Let's just do Nightmare.
The journey recommences.
Let's figure out what Sanguine Pool combines with. don't know. Do vampiric blades. Fuck it. Oh god, that fucking hurt. Oh, these enemies are so beefy on Nightmare. Let's do, Jesus! This thing fucking shreds. Ah. Let's do, I don't know, man. What do I have right now? Sanguine and the Spinny Boys. Get the Blood Bomb, fuck it. Oh, that's a big upgrade, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Elizabeth, duh. Oh, always. Look at her. Fuck yeah, no particular reason at all. What the fuck just hit me? Oh, they're throwing shit. Assholes. Hell yeah, get that Pokemon, baby. Fuck, I'm already taking like a good bit of damage. Ow, fucker. I love that it's little map figurines. I know, isn't it so cute? It's very like tabletop vibes, and I love that. God, I don't know which one. Let's do this one, fuck it. All the vampires? Yeah, they're all sexy too, obviously. Oh, I thought I had my dash ready. I did not. I done diddly goofed. Done diddly goofly oofleed. Ow, fuck. Oh, these goddamn flyers, dude. They just took all the health I just got. Fuck. You gonna put that game in your wish list as well? You should. It's so good. It's cheap as fuck for like all the quality it offers and the gameplay. It's a very, very nice bullet heaven. I'm stoked. Oh fuck, dude. Keep getting hit by something somewhere. It's really hard to see what the fuck is what. Oh yeah, Soulframer's free, by the way, Susu. I don't know what kind of like CPU and GPU you got, but yeah, it's free. You can download it from the website. It's in an alpha phase, and it's basically like Warframe and Elden Ring had a baby. But I think it's more lenient. I don't think it's like as punishing as a Souls Light would be. Oh yeah, your boy Quick has it too. Oh shit, dude! Hell yeah, Quick would absolutely love that. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense for him to like that. It's right up his alley. Because he likes Warframe and like Guild Wars and all that shit. Oh, come on, man. Stop chucking shit at me, bitch. Oh, God damn it, dude. These motherfuckers hit hard. They take forever to kill. Those are my weapons, okay. God damn it. My dash. My dash! Taking 80 years!
The knight's gift.
Thank you for the health. HP sure is nice. God damn it, dude. Woo! Get me the fuck up out of there! Yeah, fuck you! Doesn't do much to him. It's really just for killing all these other guys. Yeah. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. Cool. Love that. Thank you. Hey, stop killing my companion, you little fuck! Goddamn. I mean, just download it and see. Download it and see if it runs okay. That's all you gotta do. How big is it, Kitty? Do you know? Is it like 50 gigs or something? Best running on the latest? I don't know. You never know. I don't know. With NVIDIA, I've had problems with updating GPU drivers. I would just leave them where they're at, and if the game runs great, leave it the fuck alone. And if it's really bad, consider upgrading your driver, and it might make it better, or it might be exactly the same. General rule of thumb is don't trust anything. Oh, he's about to kill. Oh, he did kill her. God damn it.
Power.
Oh, he's right in my butthole. Woo! Barely squeezed through that. Oh, get off my butt! Oh, it hurts so fucking much. God, man. I did terrible that level. At least I got the quest done, but that was pretty rough. All my weapons like suck ass right now. Can only go this way. Yeah, fuck. Nightmare is definitely a lot tougher. But I'm liking it. Yay, Elizabeth is back. That's all that matters, really.
I ascend.
I ascend. Ow. Man. Ooh, I don't have the damage for this shit, man. God, the spawns are so aggressive on Nightmare. God damn it. Oh, I hate these little fuckers. Oh, fuck. No, I'm dead. Yeah. I couldn't even see what the fuck was hitting me, dude. At least I found the book. That's good, but I don't think Nightmare is a good choice yet. That's I'd like to actually get materials, and you can't. Die, so. Yeah, buddy. Oh, his fucking tasks. Yeah. We pretty much have to do that. Pass control, kill rats, open chest, run started, elites. This is kind of just all on the way, so we can just check it on occasion and collect shit. Easy peasy. Let's do Is this artifacts? What do artifacts do again? Chase, perfect. If I choose a path, I should be able to do all these though, right? I think I can. The left, obviously. Oh, you motherfucker. Won't you put me back on the map, bitch?
Into the heart of the night.
You fucker. I guess I'll just die then. I really wanted to get a better setup. Yeah, kill me. Kill me. There we go, perfect. That's stupid you can't just like abandon the run, but maybe it was in the menu, I didn't check. Oh, that's much better. What's this? Whispers of ancient kings linger in these echoes, infusing your stronghold with timeless might. Use them to elevate your castle to legendary heights. We'll go for Gambler's Grave first, after we get this companion or whatever. Crown Spire? You registered for Soulframe? Cool. You should be able to register and just download immediately.
The ground is rotten. The air reeks of blood. I'm home.
Ooh, they be shooting little purple balls everywhere, you fucker. Please wait for invitation. Interesting. I wonder if it's because I like linked my Twitch account. You know what? Try linking your Twitch account, Susu. Try linking your Twitch account and see if it'll just like auto accept you or something. I wonder.
One more step to my goal.
What the fuck is that, dude? I guess I could fuse this and blood shotgun it again. What the fuck? Oh my god. There's gonna be a giant sandworm. Holy shit. That's just fucking rude. It's really scary. You have 198 gold for that? Oh, that's the, okay. That's the cloak thingy. Probably want like one of everything, right?
Hour of the night.
That movement speed though. Get it. Yeah. Still don't have enough. Fuck, man. Nope. What are you? Are you a little loot goblin? Come here. Oh, bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. I noticed the cooldown on the dash is a lot shorter on the lower setting. It's kind of it's a big deal. Did I watch a stream for the kickoff? I did not. No, I missed it. All I did was I signed up via Twitch and linked my Twitch account. Like, that was pretty much it. What does green do again? Green is artifacts. Red is like items. And if anything's swirling with purple and red, it's like guaranteed to be epic or something. I don't know. Yeah, all I did was I created an account and then I just like linked my Twitch and it just gave me a key at some point. I don't know how long. Maybe it makes you wait a day too. It could just make you wait a day just to fight off like spam or something, you know? Could be something as simple as that. Just keep an eye on it, Susu. Check it once per day. And hell, maybe by Monday, maybe all 3 of us can play. What's the max party size? Do you know, Kitty? God damn, dude. What is going on? Everybody chill the fuck out, please.
Ready for more?
Jesus, fucking worms, bro. Enemies begin at 1 to 90 less health. Great, love that. It's like nothing. 1 to 90. Well, take what you can get, you know? He doesn't look like... He looks like he's gonna pound my butthole. TBH. Honestly, I like those little loot golems. Or, oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. What? Why doesn't it hurt anybody else? This is bullshit. Come on, man. What's that? Ooh, nice. You found the mirror's skull. Return it to the magic mirror in the castle. Oh, sick. Do love some quest objects. Honestly, the artifact that reduces their health seems to be working really nice. All these little dudes have like fucking 1 HP. Okay, that worm needs to find a fucking home, though. Pissing me off, mate.
Let's try again.
Fucking goodbye. Oh, the dash cooldown was so fast on the normal setting. That's why it felt so fucking different. Feels nice.
I grow.
I would like to forge those two together. Focus on the chakra and the blood spear. See if it's worth a flying fuck. Ooh, that cannon shredded him. Holy hell. Lots of materials, at least. It's going good. Should probably make our way towards the purple stone events. elites and like companions. Companions are pretty helpful. Wait, are we not able to give powers to companions anymore? Are they just there for... Oh, maybe we have to upgrade them and then they can hold items. Hmm. Cool. Well, I like this place.
Field of Sight.
Nope. You giant worm bastard. You piss right off. Piss off, ghost. Hell yeah. Green is artifact, right? Blood Chalice. Gain gold when you take damage. Ooh. Very convenient. Especially if I, like, had life leech, too. Oh, man. Be a crazy amount of gold I could rack up.
I ascend.
Terrifying, dude. Oh, that was a max HP increase? Ooh. Oh. Still pretty sick. Ah. The purple swirls means at least an epic. It's awesome. Wow.
Uncover the unknown.
There's our big boy. Any shit. Yeah. Fucking good night. Weak ass motherfucker. We'll just do this now. There's no more traveling to really do. Did I get it? Okay, I did. Oh, hell yeah, dude. An uncommon relic. Sick. What's our stuff at? Six out of 10, 6 out of 10, 2 and 1. Oh man. Shockham needs so many upgrades. Unless only one of them needs to hit 10. I actually don't know. We'll focus on Blood Spear. Oh, I can use this wall and hit him through the wall. It's bullshit. I love that. Ow! Okay, they can also hit me. Fuck. A completely empty map. How nice. Very nice. Wow, wow, wow. It is. Oh, is this we finding like some werewolf dude? Are the enemies just stronger now? Am I stronger? Oh. Oh no. You're trying to offer a deal? You look suspicious.
Hello, Roderick. I've been watching your efforts.
He's for sure a devil.
You fight a weak and meaningless war. I have observed you for a long time. You are young. You don't fully understand yet. This ancient castle and all within it are decaying. Join me.
Lord Isles? Are you truly the one behind this chaos? This castle was your creation along with my ancestors. It carries your blood as well.
The vampire bloodline has decayed, Roderick. Bureaucracy.
I struggle to comprehend this betrayal. But you can still return. Come back to the castle and explain yourself. I'm sure our lords will forgive you.
Forgiveness? I seek no mercy among the corrupt. Rather than stand alongside the rotten minds in that castle, I gave you a chance. You're too late now. You're nothing but an obstacle on my path, but don't worry.
Wow, rude, dude. What in the fuck is going? Oh. Oh, you just trying to fuck up my day? God. This fucking dude. Am I also gonna have to worry about the fucking... Oh, the sandworm too? Oh my god. It's the normal setting, bro. What the fuck? You want to be an obstacle in Roderick's path? Oh my god, too. He's so silly. Oh, motherfucker's chasing me. Dude, the music is fucking sick. I love it. Oh god. Oh my. Okay. Oh, that's very scary. Lulu's what you want to be. Oh my god, chill out, dude. It's hard to collect gold when you're spamming meteors at me, bro. Chill out, man.
Finding this was fate.
What the fuck is Delulu? Isn't that weird fucking doll? I don't understand that shit. 136 for that? Fuck, there's no way. Go around this map 3 times and not find that much. Yeah, Delulu. Yeah. What the fuck is that exactly? I keep hearing it, and I'm just like, what is that? Oh, delusional. Oh, okay. Nah, you can use delusional as you want, baby. No worries. Ain't no way I'm getting 130 something, man. Oh, damn. Fucking timing, though. Oh, I can't hit the fucking thing? It's bullshit. So when I say... Oh, Labubu. I'm thinking of Labubu, dude. My bad. What is the Labubu shit? Is that just the name of that weird fucking doll? When you say Delulu is Solulu, I mean delusional is the solution. Okay, good. Good to know the new fucking whatever slang is going on. I was thinking of Labubu. My bad. Yeah, fucking Labubu. What is with that shit, dude? It's so weird. Is it just like a Japanese thing and everyone's like, yeah, Labubu. What the fuck is it? Beanie Babies version 2. Thank you. Great summary. Love that. Let's take a... let's go left this time. I want to see what that hammer is. You own a Labubu? I mean, they're cute. They're certainly cute. Cute and weird. Not against it. I'm just confused by it.
One more step to my goal.
God damn, it's expensive. 190? My ass. Now we're at the point where we got like a good pickup radius and shit. We can move faster. This is great.
Ready for more?
Alright, I think my blood spear is or is almost maxed out. God damn. This thing is so scary, man. Wait a minute, how can I... Oh, because I have that already. Okay, I didn't realize I had that. Sue says, remind me of those really ugly plushies I wanted as a kid, teenager, and I got myself a little boo-boo a few weeks back to make my inner child happy. Aww. You go to the... Because you never got one of those ugly plushies before? The Worry Eater? Never heard of that, dude. Is it just like a German thing? Shucks, is this the demo or the full game release? This is the full game, dude. And it's crazy. It's got so much shit to collect. So many upgrades, so many maps, and like different tiers. Like I think 3 or 4 different tiers of difficulty. Like I am fucking stoked, Chuck. We're gonna be playing the fuck out of this in routine for a hot minute, I think. When I played the demo for this, dude, I was so addicted and I was like, God damn it, I need more. And now I have so much more. And it's awesome. Highly recommend, and it's only like, I think it's like $10 right now, Chuck.
I grow.
It's crazy cheap for how much like replayability and fun it offers, and just like beauty, dude, straight up. You'll send me a pick. I'll call baby. I'll take any pick from you, Sue Will. Fucking hungry, dude. Hungry. Even if it's super ugly? Absolutely. Anything about your life, Susu, I adore and appreciate for all of eternity. Times 1,000. Kitty gets this ugly plushie, quote unquote, makes me think immediately of those garbage pail. Oh yeah, that was an ugly fucking plushie. Also makes me, the garbage pail kids makes me think of little trolls. Remember those with the little gemstone belly button and shit? So fucking dumb.
Field of sight.
Rub their belly button and make a wish and it'll come true. Motherfuckers lied. I wish to win the lottery so many damn times. Sucks this dude. I've been getting so many old school D&D games from Twitch lately. What do you mean? Like what? Other than Weepstone. I need Weepstone so bad, Chuck. Yeah, and you stick them on your pencils. Oh, the mini trolls. That's right, Kitty Cat. God, I forgot about those. Oh, those are the worry eaters. Susu, that looks like some Tim Burton shit. Those are kind of cool. I kind of like them, yeah. Prime's when we get about codes to old DOS games. Oh, that's cool, dude. I haven't looked at any of that shit. Who knows what I got laying around. Hey, you fucking nice, mate. Damn, I'm not doing good on damage upgrades. This is really bad. You about to binge on your childhood? Man, I'm excited for you. It's gonna be so epic. Alright, so now we get to go to this Crown Spire, which I know nothing about. We passed the companion, but like, fuck it, whatever, dude. Crown Spire, and then we get the extra silk, which probably desperately need, so. I love how fast everything loads, Chuck. This game is fucking... Oh, it's so good, dude. So fucking good, bro.
Uncover the unknown.
Roots of the Grave regenerate health 4 times faster when you remain without moving. Okay. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh fuck. I fucked my dash up and I thought I was a goner, dude. Damn. You about ate my whole ass. Not even the in-between, just the whole fucking booty.
I ascend.
Remember if enemies were uploaded or not. Pack damage, max health. Or this thing. I don't know, I guess. I suppose. Everything in my arsenal or whatever. 50? Yeah, I don't think enemies really drop much gold. The rest of the piece of me. Movement speed is always ever so important. Honestly, easily one of the most important companions is the Plague Doctor, just for the movement speed bonus. Really helps you get around the map. is this thingy? Ooh. Fucking good night. Go ahead, hit that. Goddamn! Hit this here magnet. Yes, sirree.
Is it time?
Fuck yeah, dude. Attack size? Yeah, whatever. Only 8 seconds? Oh, yeah. No, I'm not gonna get that big one, sadly. Cool. Okay, so that was for those weird little materials that I don't even think I can use those yet, but whatever, man. That's cool. God, I'm fucking hungry. I want to eat the food I got, but like, that's all for tomorrow. For the waifu's birthday. How nice.
Eyes of the Night.
That. Cool. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's nice. Bitch. Here we scary.
Path revealed.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, goddamn! A lot of good choices here, but it's fine.
Power.
Hell yeah. Give me that pickup radius, baby. I would love to fuse these weapons, though. Oh, we got a magnet? Fuck yeah. Ooh, or a rare rune. Yeah. I love burning stuff on hit, man.
Ready for more?
Ooh, not getting that anytime soon. Once I get to 30 seconds, I need to head back to whatchamacallit. Or honestly, just do it now, because I don't have any more money. Rip. 96% done. Oh, and the download? You ever drop? Oh, hell yeah, girl. Fuck yeah.
I'm so happy for you.
Freeze 400 enemies. I didn't even know I was freezing them. That's great.
Getting stronger.
Oh my god, Sally Nightmare!
I sure love the way that you bump and grind, Mom.
How you doing there, gorgeous? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. How's life? How are things? How's Virginia? And, stuff. Alright, Susu, I hope you get to download it, BB. I hope it works. I hope it runs okay. I haven't tried it, but it doesn't look like it's too terribly taxing, so... Sally, hello! Oh boy! Let the nightmares begin! No one can stop us now! You know? That was good. You're finally home? Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck! Hell yeah. I'm glad you're back home. Glad you were safe through the whole drive, and blah, blah, blah. I love your face lots. Yep. Lots and lots and lots. But I'm glad you guys had a good time, and everything was smooth, and hopefully the holidays are nice, and congrats on your sister's baby. Your sister's new baby.
Hour of the night.
Blood chakra. Oh yeah, dude. So sick, man. How's the wifey? Do you give her love run? Absolutely, BB. She's okay. She got over being sick. She was sick for the longest fucking time. Even after you left, I think it was only recent that she became unsick. It was ridiculous. But she's fine now, and we're gonna celebrate her birthday tomorrow. We got lots of stuff set up. We got people coming over, plenty of games to play. So it should be pretty nice. Thank you for asking about her. Very nice of you. Oh, fuck. Glad she's okay before breeding. Yeah, me too. Otherwise it would have sucked. Or we just delayed a week, whatever. Just playing some Night Swarm, and I'm fucking in love with this game, dude. It's ridiculous. Oh, how'd the interview go? Oh, you're fine, dude. I think the interview went pretty well. I think it was... I think I did okay, or good, dare I say it. It was good enough that they asked for references, so I'm at least in the top 3. Typically when they ask for references after interviews, you're for sure in like the top 3 or maybe top 5 at the worst. Typically like top 3. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll be the go-to. I don't know if the references will decide it. Like, I don't know, but I should hear back from them, I think like tomorrow or next week. I'm not really sure, but we'll see. I don't fucking know, bro. I don't feel confident, but like I never do, and I don't want to because I'm just gonna let myself down. You know what I mean? So I'll just suffer in silence like usual. But I still got unemployment, so, you know, just hanging in there, dude. I didn't even see the purple fucking radius. God. How about you, Sally? Anything on the... Oh, God! Anything on the front for jobs and stuff? I know you're applying to stuff, too. Okay, now let's go directly to this magnet. Goddamn. Preferably not get hit. Cool. Suck it all up. Wow, that's really bad. You're freaking out about your taxes this year, shipping on multiple platforms in SSI. Hope it's all gonna be fine. I hope so too, dude. Did you automatically set aside that money, or is it I forgot what kind of form it is, like whatever it is, where you have to like take 20% and basically pay it at the end of the year. I mean, there's always extensions and other options if it is too much to pay, but I feel you, dude. Make sure to claim anything work related, like any equipment you bought or games or whatever. All that technically applies to both streaming or the naughty streaming, which might help cut down what you may or may not owe. It helps. So even putting money aside in savings. Oh, good. Yeah, that's what you should do. Always, when it comes to that shit, always, was it W9 or 99 or whatever the contract form is? Basically take 20% of whatever you bring in and always put that shit to the side, because at the end of the year, you're going to be paying 20% roughly. I think it's 20% flat. You got things laid out? Hell yeah. You should be fine. You should be fine. Oh my god, I can't even move. I have so many upgrades. That's great. Cool. You should be just fine, baby. Helps. Almost all your purchases come from one site. Oh, that helps a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and if it uses like a specific account, that makes it easy in case they say, oh, you're going to claim all that in your taxes? You're going to itemize those deductions or whatever? Well, we're going to audit you. And you can just be like, well, I have every purchase, so fuck you. And send them a fucking spreadsheet. And then they'll step right off your nuts and fuck off. And hopefully reduce or give money or whatever. Hopefully lots of good things. Hopefully.
Field of sight.
Nah, Susu, you shaking that butt. Go stuff in there, nuts in return. As long as you charge them at the same time. Don't do that shit for free. Don't you dare. God damn! Alright. Everybody calm down, please.
Ready for more?
Bigger. Ow. I'm watching where I'm going and I'm speeding through and it's very painful. Oh, to the foot. Oh, and Lego! It's just shaking that butt on hopefully only good things to come. Oh, that's usually how it works, but yeah, you never know. Safe. Whoa. Wow. Oh. Fuck, that hurt. Oh, we got another fucking magnet? Oh.
Mystery unraveled.
Hell yeah, dude. Love that. Ow, fuck. These guys don't die fast enough. Yeah. I can never afford those. Those are like crazy expensive, man. We got a minute, so we got time. Let's get these last, last two gold veins over here.
One more step to my goal.
Oh shit, not that way. Stand in this fucking corner, probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why they can come in from one side. Fuck you. Got GG. Good job, Sue. I'm so proud of you. I need to set up a fucking automatic command to just throw Ultra Balls at fucking everything. Don't have that set up. There should be one on Mix It Up somewhere, like a community one, but I just keep forgetting, dude. I'm not even gonna respond to that person. I know they're gonna be like, hey, I sure do sell art on my channel. You want me to do some art for you? God, fucking thirsty ass artists. Copy paste ones too. Like, fuck off, man. I know we all trying to survive, but man, come on. This? Oh, is this a it's the boss? You just got buttons on your stream deck? Oh, that's a good idea. Fuck, Sally. Wait, why don't I just make that a fucking timer? Like, just do it. God damn it. That's a great idea, dude. Two says I can draw? Yeah, you can.
Your courage is...
Yo, look at my big titty goth queen companion. Those fucking stiletto heels. Ugh.
But courage won't
God,
save
goals.
you here. Your blood will fuel my fire.
Sounds kinky. Sounds like a song. God damn it, go away. Okay. How about you make some art for me? You did before. You did make some art, Sue. You made naughty art. And I think non-naughty, I think. I don't know.
I don't know.
Oblavar, Even your flames can't escape.
Shadows.
Let's go, bitch. Let's go. Nope. He's gonna chase me? That's some bullshit. Oh my god. Oh! Ah! Shit, man. Woo! Oh! Oh! Ow! Oh my god, dude. These tornadoes fucking suck. Fuck right off. Oh my god, this is bullshit. Oh, this is bullshit, dude. Jesus Christ, this is bullshit. Ooh, okay. That corner was nice. Like, everything just ignored me in that corner. Weird. Yeah. I think I laid it on thing for you, poor typical. Whatever, dude. Not like you forgot, I just want to be annoying. Like those scam artists. Listen, Rios does that enough. Rios has that covered. Like every time he hops to this channel. It's so stupid, dude. Rios is funny. Let's continue. I'll probably get fucking obliterated on this next map, but whatever. Rios is such a little shit. But he's pretty funny. Damn, that is useless. The stage has no time limit. Fuck.
I ascend.
Oh my god. That's what I have to deal with? Yeah, that's also useless. Cool. Love that for me. I only have one companion though. It really sucks.
Die.
Like if you really want to get a good run, you go for like, you know, as many companions out as you can. They shred, man. Give me a good one. God damn it. Ooh, yes. Chance to freeze.
My blood surges.
Meh. Do I have? Oh, well, meh. I need 42 fucking gold for this. Definitely want to kill the bosses. I think they drop like a yeah, blueprints, which is really, really nice. Ooh, these guys are fucking beefy now. Oh, it hurts. Please. Oh God, there's so many of them. Hello. Oh, you asshole! Oh.
He reduced my movement speed. It was really scary.
I feel like you only need so much movement speed because then it gets... You really risk going too fast and running into shit. Movement speed can be really good, but really deadly in this. Well, that healing is like nothing. This is bad. I'm having a bad time. If he hits me one time, I'm fucking dead. Whatever his fucking ability is, if he hits me, I'm tapped.
Woo. Yeehaw.
Extra blueprint. Pretty good. Oh shit, they're fast. Oh no! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. God, they get so fast. You know, that third tier that's rough, Chief. He's fucking rough there, buddy. Let's go get a new cloak, man. I'm excited. Look at this little hand. He's so cute.
Such a little cutie.
She's so hot. She's sensing my boner right now.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Wow.
I love this little game, man. It's so addicting. So addicting. Oh shit, I gotta apply for Dropstone. I almost forgot.
Excellent. The bloodstone he carried.
He was unlike any creature I've seen before.
This is who?
A grotesque monster.
Appreciate the
twisted
WB.
beyond reason.
Such power is never without purpose.
Richard just spilled it in my lap.
Each bloodstone you collect binds you closer to the true essence of our kind.
Then I'll keep going.
As it should, young vampire.
Oh, mommy. Whoa, that is some... Fuck yeah, that is some crit damage right there. Only 50%. Do I make the Gamba? Do I Gamba the 50? You're back and still wearing pants? How very dare. I know, man. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't wear pants if this wasn't like a rubberized mesh on this ergonomic chair. It's let me tell you, it is too grippy for a bare ass to enjoy. Too grippy and too meshy. It does not feel good. It is very breathable though. And very comfortable in an ergonomic sense. Thank you, Sally, for the WB. Let's do it. Let's try to upgrade it. It's gonna fail. Oh shit! That wasn't even that much. That was bold of me. That's what blankets are for? Ah, Sally, you're just gonna have to come over and show me how it's done. Chuck says, the whole reason I want to make a PNG tuber model so I don't have to wear pants when I stream. Nah, you should, dude. That's one of the pure joys of a tuber, whatever kind of tuber you choose, is you ain't gotta prep nothing, none of that shit. It's great. In the future, like if I want to start saving up when I have a real job, and I really want a very advanced, very fluid model, probably a 3D model. I want it to be very articulate. One of these fucking days, dude. One of these days. Not anytime soon. I also need tattoos still.
Think this
I need so many
belongs
things, man.
here. Let's see.
Probably never reach them. What does this do? Oh, it just teleports you to the front. That's fucking nice.
Get some blood on your hands.
What we got? What we got? What we got? Straight up damage, card refresh, banish, max HP. Okay, Sally. More burn chance on hit? Oh yeah, dude. Freeze on hit. Let's just do, yeah, 5% damage in general is good. Yeah, we probably want to do these two trees first. I do need to sprinkle in, yeah, some health upgrades eventually, though. This will be very important. Suppose I actually would have started streaming again from my previous statement to be true. Oh, oh, Chuck, I thought you were still streaming, dude. Let me know when you get back from ads, because I don't know what you did and didn't hear. It's not a lot of max health, but it does have health regen, which is nice. Yeah. Let's get rid of, what are these other ones? That's 94. How do we get rid of this? Dismantle? These ads, though? Why is there a new SpongeBob movie coming out? Let the IV die? I don't know, dude. It's crazy, bud. But no, what I was saying is I didn't know you stopped streaming. Is it just because of work and like life? But yeah, dude, you should get that PNG tuber, any kind of tuber. It would be awesome. How do I? Oh, because I'm not an upgrade. I was like, what the fuck? We got 350. Oh, 80% and you failed, you fucker. You little fucker. Fine, we'll do 84 from now on. Oh shit, dude, it gets tough. Hell yeah, dude. And what is this? This is... Oh, it's been sporadic since your dad passed. I see. It's, yeah, man, that'll... shakes things up a lot. I feel you, dude. Sue says, I recently followed a 3D artist who did an arcane-inspired VTuber in 3D. It looks so fucking cool. Oh, do you have any clips of it? I want to see, dude. Especially if you can give me their Twitter or whatever info, their social media, because, like, who knows? Maybe I'll hit them up one day. I really want a 3D model. Honestly, I should just fucking do it myself, but I still can't do the artwork. I suck. I could probably do the rigging, but I can't do the artwork. Chuck says I only turn into a ghost to watch you sleep like a creeper. What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't have to have a Twitter. Okay, yeah, just whatever info they have, just like send it to me. And if you have like a clip of what they did, like I'd love to see it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, BB. Oh, we need to constantly go to the green exclamations. Fuck.
Selim Bey?
That's how we upgrade our
Lost
companions.
in the castle's past again. Where have you been all this time? I've never seen you in these corners before.
Me?
I love Roderick's voice, man.
I've always been here, dear Roderick. I was simply preoccupied with strengthening the castle's exterior. The parts unseen, left to rot. This castle's defenses were weakening. Even if you were safe inside, everything outside was crumbling. Now, as you can see, this castle was once an architectural marvel. To rebuild it, to add new halls, hidden passages, even magnificent gardens, I require echoes of grandeur.
I swear to fucking Christ. Oh, is it a new Souls game? God damn it, dude. The Game Awards account just posted this. Geoff Cayley mysteriously posted a cryptic image and the cryptic message. This is about the gate they put in the desert, the promotional bullshit. Jason Schreier chimed in saying it's not Diablo related and worth staying up to see what's announced. Miyazaki recently mentioned another unannounced title they're working on, codenamed FMC. FromSoft has a good relationship with Geoff and has announced a game at TGA every year since 2022. Oh, okay. So it's another Souls game is what's happening. You know what? I don't care. I don't give a shit. God damn. Oh my god, Saw 7 or 6 was so brutal. Quick little doom scroll.
That's a magnificent idea, Selim Bey.
Selim Bey.
I'd love to see the castle come to life once again. I'll do my best.
How are you, young blood?
You call me young blood, how nice.
Rebuild a castle, unlock upgrades. Oh, that's what those are for. Damn, it's 50. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah. A little totem. Nice. Very nice. There's so many upgrades, dude. It's crazy. Awesome. Let's talk to this guy.
Yes?
See if you got anything to collect. Still no. Oh, because I did shit in the second area. Whoops. Whoopsies. Oh yeah, because that's what the rats in the... Yeah, I fucked up. Each descent into darkness sharpens their instinct. Venture forth again and again. Okay. God, 20 runs? Holy hell. Ooh. Get my little daggers back. A blood axe? Edge blade? The Reaper's Scythe? Let's do the Blood Axe, dude. This sounds fucking cool. God, this is gonna take so many runs. Oh yeah, the little notches. Those are all difficulty levels. Okay. Let's do a regular, normal run here.
My time has come.
What do we do here? Vampiric Blades. Blood Spear. I didn't really like the Spear and Chakram combo. Blood Shotgun's pretty good. Vampiric Blades kind of suck. I don't know. Oh my god, they suck so much. I'm about to get shredded, dude. Skull Missile, maybe? Oh, it's my boy, the Obelisk. Yeah, he's cool, man. Oh, did they change him? Well, they changed everybody. See, he doesn't get regen anymore then, I guess. Well, it seems like they changed bosses, too. Still burn damage? Like, that's good shit. Not as good as it was, though. Maybe once we upgrade, they'll be better, but we'll take Gargaroth instead. Hopefully run into Elizabeth itself. Come on, dude. Just fucking...
One more step.
Oh, these weapons suck ass. Ooh, Blood Axe. Oh, cool. They just, like, attack in a quick little radius. Yeah, hell yeah. Dash cooldown? Sure, dude. God, the demo was so different. They changed fucking everything. And added so much at the same time. So far, these weapons are ass.
But not the good kind, damn it.
Uncover the unknown.
Oh. Got some sanguine pool up in this bitch for the little dudes. Lots of Magna Shrines. And a fan. So you download Assault Frame. Alright, good. Invitation you have to wait for? Really? Huh. And maybe like Kitty or myself can do it, or is it only from? Maybe it's only from them. Yeah.
I grow.
want some coffee. Hey,
Hey,
what are you
Bogey, how you
doing?
doing,
What are you doing? 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 I don't know what you're doing because I'm having too much coffee.
What a classic Volgi entrance. Oh, they get it! Oh, God. Woo! That from a surprise workday. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry there, buddy.
Getting stronger.
I bet it's a good workday, though. Could have said no, but you would have felt bad. Never feel bad. Fuck businesses. They suck fucking ass! Also, they'll just throw you away in a whim. But you know what? At least you got money. I think that's more important. The most important, really.
Fuck them motherfuckers. God damn.
What is this? The 12th is a big PoE update. Okay, cool. Why you wake it's past your bedtime? So she's just addicted to the channel and all the lovely people. What is this? I woke up from a text from my boss asking if I want to come in for another day as a coworker got sick. Little sicky babies. Fuck yeah. Those blood axes are fucking chomping away. Hell yeah. Alright, I like blood axes. I like the sanguine pool. Ow. What was this? Who are you?
This can't be. What?
Hey, welcome back, Sally. Good to have you,
I thought
baby.
you were all gone. I thought I was next. If you can find me some blood.
Hell yeah. Volgi, I think me and Knowledge are gonna play the new PoE 2 update on the, was it the 12th, I think? So if you wanna join us, you're welcome to. I mean, I don't even know if I'll be around on the 12th, but like the 12th and after, basically. But I mean, it's been a while, so like I figured, you know, fuck it, go back to it, give it a shot. Dude, these axes are fucking awesome.
Path revealed.
Where is this motherfucker? Is he down here to the left? There he is.
There you go, buddy.
If you're around your mind.
They need
Okay,
to know
cool,
you're
man.
alive, Roderick. And what kind of
Yeah, me
vampire
and Knowledge
you
can't really
become.
buy much because I'm on unemployment and he's just super tight budget, and you know, we're just gonna go back to old shit we already have that's getting updates basically, and that's one of them. You're about to have both bosses out? Hell yeah. Maybe I didn't mean hell yeah. I don't like having 2 out. Makes me uncomfortable. He's getting shredded though. You're about to say goodnight, but now we're all here. Yeah, Susu. Yeah. You're everywhere, even in your dreams. Oh my god. Just all up in Susu's brain, dude. Just that much love floating in the air between you two. It's nothing to make a man sick. Ooh. Hell yeah, good upgrade. Big fan.
Put that upgrade in my ass, boy. Swear to God. Fuck around and find out, homie.
Dude, these blood axes are wonderful. I don't think I'm gonna reach the bottom in time. If I keep spamming my dash, maybe. Ow. Don't cock me. Don't cock me. Don't cock me! Wahoo! Oh yeah, give me that reputation. The reputation is very important. Let's go towards the companion. I think companions and reputation are like the most important thing right now. Dude, I like these blood axes a lot. These are fucking great.
Weakness left behind.
I don't know. Maybe you'll get like a random invite, Susu, for the Souls frame shit. Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta tell knowledge too. Shit, I almost forgot. I'm glad you guys are talking about it.
What have I found?
Susu, apparently they're gonna do a, I think an open beta this weekend for Souls frame, so just FYI.
Little Choco Waco!
How you doing, gorgeous?
You sexy man, you.
$69. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, I need a 64, really. There's so many bad Xbox horror movies on Amazon. Dude, it is atrocious. There's also a lot of bad ones on my server. But they're really fun. There's a lot of good ones too, though. D3 is about to start a new season. Indy is hype. Pass. Do you mean D4? Stu says, Vlog, if you want to invite me, you could have just said so. Yeah, I'm also trying to keep my my server updated by checking on a couple different websites for like torrents and shit, specifically for horror movies in general, and some good Christmas and Thanksgiving ones will pop up. I forgot all about Thanksgiving. It's a ridiculous movie. D4 launching their season. Who gives a fuck? D4 is trash. Don't do it. Focus says season 37 will begin on December 5th at 5 p.m. Well, that was today. Read on to learn more, blah, blah, blah. Trash. Fuck Blizzard! And anything they produce. I don't care. It's gonna be dumb. It's gonna be boring. It's gonna be overly easy. It's gonna be fucking stupid. And if anybody complains, they deserve to suffer. Straight up. These blood axes are so good. I love them. Maybe you'll do that tonight. What, suffer?
Uncover the unknown.
Oh, D3? Krampus was a funny one? It was, dude. I've got a bunch of, like, campy and or good Christmas horror movies on my server. And I'll probably look for some more this evening. It's great, dude. I love it. I love that shit. Also ARPGs, man. I don't know. There just ain't much left. Just isn't much left to give a shit about. I'm gonna make this one. Ah! Yeah! Damn! Worth it, homie. Play for a few days, destroy everything, go back to your regular games. Yeah. I mean, if you already paid for it like ages ago, fucking why not? It's a free season. I just don't care. PvE 1 and 2 are turning into a shit show. Why is that? Last Epoch is owned by Crafton now. D4 is D4. Yeah, it's always been bad. Hero Siege kick. Oh, Hero Siege has always been terrible, dude. Fun at first. Fun to fuck around, but never good in the long run. Torchlight's mobile pay to win? Damn, dude. I don't know. Last Epoch was still really good. I enjoyed it, but I think ARPGs and MMORPGs in general just don't feel good. You know, I'd rather have something with more substance. I just can't. Also, PoE is still... I feel like out of all the ARPGs, still probably the best choice, man. PoE 1 is great. They've taken the shackles off and only care about real balance in PoE 2. Cool. Worst player retention? Whatever, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, every season is a bad season. Because you're just doing the same old shit again with a few new things. And plus, they can only do that so many times before it's like, what the fuck else do you do? Right? And they're fucking managing PoE too. Like, that's fine. Honestly, seasons in general for ARPGs is just a desperate attempt to keep the game going. And, like, you can only do but so much with it, and it's not even the best choice. It's just a longevity choice. It's not, like... It's not a great choice at all in any way, shape, or form. It's just for longevity purposes. So, like, it only goes but so far to begin with. ARPGs are... I don't know, man. I can only do it, like, 1 or 2 times, and then, like, cool, I've grinded enough. I'm bored now. Near says, I wouldn't call it a desperate attempt. It's standard games as a service model. Yeah, like I said, desperate attempt. It's a desperate option. How about that? I mean, there's not much else you can do to increase that longevity to keep that as a service feature going. There's really not. If there was, I think they would have dumped it out by now. I really do. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Woo! I just need those to stay out all the time. How do I do that? I mean, honestly, does player retention even fucking really matter? Let's be real, dude. It doesn't really matter. People have already bought the game. Like, that's it. That's it, homie. They already got their money. Oh, Elizabeth. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't. Oh, big titty goth queen. Yes. Oh, I didn't realize I got healed when I, like, break that camp down sometimes. That's nice. Not as bad as bad timing. Just look at all the games out. Yeah, that's, yeah. I don't think... For PoE 1, I don't think the retention really matters too much. Like, people have already bought the game. They've already got all their fucking crazy cosmetics. They squeezed up... Another ladybug. What the fuck? God, why do ladybugs love coming to my room, dude? There must be something in here attracting them. What the fuck? Tarkov, yeah, there's so many indie games that have come out too, Volgi, like even Routine, and then this game, and a bunch of other shit, and Arc Raiders. Jesus Christ, that's huge. Good night, Susu. I love your face, baby. Mwah. I hope you sleep well. Ichi says 25% worse player retention. Honestly, that's pretty good considering all the games that came out. Player retention isn't like indicative of good or bad. Because players, I mean, that shit's gonna fluctuate. It doesn't really matter. And like, they got their money and they've got a whole nother game they're getting money from. Doesn't matter. And like, players still have access. You can still play it and have fun. You don't really interact with 98% of other players. So losing 25%, not noticeable. I don't know. I don't know. Player retention or like current players or whatever is pretty overrated unless it like drops down to like, oh, 20. Like under 1,000.
A reward?
That's all I'm saying. He's still doing just fine. Oh my god, finally a fucking level for my blood pool. Holy shit. It's been 35 years. Dude, 112? Fuck my ass. Honestly, not really worth it. You can get so many regular artifacts and other shit without having to spend a shitload on a guaranteed legendary or a guaranteed epic. God, the music's so sick. Love it. 1 minute left. Ugh. Right through that dude. Goddamn. Honestly, the weird blood chakra thing is pretty good. Power. She shreds, man. And the blood axe. The blood axe is doing great, man. It's doing some fucking work. PoE 1's doing fine. PoE 2 is doing fine. Everything's fine. ARPG market is trash in general. They're doing better than other ARPGs in my opinion. Doing great. I wonder how D4 is doing now. I personally just hate D4, but you know, I hope people are having fun.
I grow.
Ah! Ah! No! We gotta get it up. Oh, there's a fucking goblin. Where were you? Little bitch. Tuesday says fine. Doc sitting and burning house meme. Yeah. That's Diablo 4 for you, man. We definitely need reputation badly, so we're gonna take anything that gives us that green exclamation mark. Oh shit, piss off, dude. Ah shit. We got a magnet, that's good stuff.
Die now.
No thank you. I'll pass. Hell yeah. Wahoo! Yeah, please. Goody. I think I really need that right now. Ow. Oh, he doesn't let me dodge? Fucking asshole. Yeah, you piece of shit. Okay, only a short time though. Thanks for the shout out for D3 though. Yeah. I'm surprised they did another season. I thought they were just like straight up just fucking done with it.
Mystery unravels.
God, I'm so hungry. For recycling older seasons in order. Oh, okay. Well, you know. That's pretty cool then. Good on him or whatever. I see you, Mr. Bear. Is that a bear?
Eyes of the night.
I think that's an ice bear. Fucking dick. Oh my God. I love those. Grab this one. Yeah. Look at them It's true. They absolutely could have. I mean, they will eventually, but it's good that they haven't yet. The fuck was it anyway? Fucking cunts, mate.
Cursed bell.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. God, those axes are shredding, dude. What is that? Always weird little purple babies. Purple ghost babies. What the hell? I don't think I've hit a campfire yet. I don't know what those do. It's a free heal, maybe. Nothing too special.
The will of my run.
Ugh. Excuse me? Oh, escort wizard. I thought I said erotic wizard. I was like, what the hell's going on here? What tarnation? And movement speed would be good. God, I haven't seen him for so long. Erotic wizard, let's fucking go. I don't know where the fuck he's at, though. Oh, he's up ahead. Oh, I keep forgetting that fucking indicator's there. We'll get him in a sec. I think we got time. We got time. Protect wizard, stay in range, blah, blah, blah. A lot of bears. A lot of angy bears. Just I knew I can sprint a lot. Is that you, Gran? Oh, sweet, sweet Gran.
Path revealed.
Alright, little wizard, let's go! Where is he? Oh, God. So fucking hard to see. Just doing my best to stay near this motherfucker. Where is he? Okay. Have you done escorting him now? Boss? Yeah, there he is. Oh, he went behind us though, that's good. Hell yeah. Woo!
Ready for more?
Goddamn, did he just uncover the whole map for me? Pretty sick. Ow. Mal was sweet and quirky, but Gran did things to your head. Like, whatever you want, baby. I'll take Malsook any day. Weirdly over Gran, but also Gran and Malsook, great combo. Just saying. Just fucking saying. Ooh, that's a really good one.
I ascend.
Wahoo! I'll take both. Thanks. Thanks and good night. Did it once, I'll do it again. Restores health or buffs the player. I mean, you should always take, like, combat, though, for the most part. Meh. We got 80. That's 84? Okay. Spend some gold on that shit. Yeah, fuck it. Ooh. Increases point of interest completion by 25%. Nice! Because everything finishes a lot sooner. Pretty drastic. Look at all these crazy little shockers, man. These are great.
Hour of the night.
Give me that gold, bitch. Oh yeah. Sanguine pool. Hell yeah. I'll take movement speed, hell yeah. What is that? What is that purple skull thing? Let's get some money and find the fuck out. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get enough money for that. Never mind.
Uncover the unknown.
I don't know, maybe. There's a chance. It is not high. Let's see which one of these. I don't think I can afford any of these. They're all 58. I mean, way above 58. My bad. Oh, I got 66. Nope. I need 80 something at the least.
One more step to my goal.
I need one more gold piece. I don't think I'm gonna find it. I don't think it drops off of enemies. Not unless you get like a certain relic or something, I think. Artifact, maybe. Yeah. God, I need one fucking gold piece. Shit. Ooh, crit damage? I'm gonna get the shotgun to 10. Let's get the shotgun to 10.
Oh, it's about as good as it gets.
Field of Sight.
Hell yeah. Okay, I think that's maxed out now. Ow. More crit damage. I need to unlock all artifacts again. Passive, something. Everything. Also, I need to start playing on Nightmare. Oh, sick, dude. Hell yeah. Legendary fucking room. That's wonderful news. Love being a swirling vortex to death. It just feels good. That was such a goofy perk. Attack size, damage size. Let's do damage. So many fucking size. $40 gold? I don't think my blood surges. A little bit more. Wait, is it increased movement speed to or by? I did not look. I should have looked. Oh, by 10%. Okay, good. Worth. Perfect. Okay. More dash. More dots. More dash. More dots. More dippies. Yeah. Collection range. Why not? God damn, those axes are hitting for like 200 something. Whew. Did that boss just explode upon spawning? What the fuck? He did. Hell yeah. Have we reached that point? So how did I get more money? What the hell?
Getting stronger.
Ooh. It's a big cooldown. Attack intervals. That's nice.
That's pretty good.
Obviously the one with the elite on it. Duh. Who's messaging? Okay, I was ready. 107 for that one. Do I want to use it on a blueprint? I don't know. Fuck it. Maybe it'll be like really cool. Nope. Fucking big ripperoonie on that one. I could probably go around this map twice. Time allotted.
Hidden in dark.
We got baby crit chance? Yeah. Yeah. And 2 items? Fuck yeah. More movement speed it is. Good shit, that collection radius. Good God. $31, that's dirt cheap. Yeah, fuck yeah.
One more step to my goal.
Oh shit, yeah, dude. All right, let's hit this. This here magnet. Jizz. For damage, I love that. Now that's fucking nice right there. I am short like 30 something for that though. Big rip. Well, the boss might drop gold. I don't know, maybe. God, the reach on that shotgun. Blam, blam, I know. I kind of like the blood shotgun. Like, it's not great, but it is fucking funny. Oh, man, he dropped gold, but he only dropped a little bit. I'm still 11 short. Ooh, that is a lot of crit damage. Shit. I fucking love this game, Logan, so much. I'm so glad it released. I thought it was never gonna fucking come out. There you go. I'll spin. Woo! That's a little bit bigger than my blood radius right now, or my sanguine radius. Awesome. Oh my god, I'm so fast. Just permanent speed. Yeah, it's a solid bullet, reverse bullet, or bullet heaven, or whatever the shit. I had so much fun in the demo, and I just, oh my god. It just feels so good to play. And, like, I can play it on my laptop or anywhere. It's just WASD. Like, you don't have to touch anything else. Which I assume other, you know, bullet heavens are like that. But, man, it's just fucking convenient, bro. All these kind of poop. More movement speed. Ow, fuck. No, never mind. It's over. Done diddly did it, boy. I think I'll do pretty okay in the infinite mode. Maybe we'll clear stage 3. Time for the boss. Oh, Hightail is finally going early access. Nice. face. Hi, Mr. Tree. Give me your face. Ow. Oh, I can't hide in the corner on this one. Oh, what the fuck? I don't think that's supposed to be there. I like how the skull of the boss's health bar also has HP in it. I don't think I was supposed to be able to, like, in the wall there. I think they gotta adjust some boundaries in this game.
Just a few boundaries to fix, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Duh, continue. For the resources and patterns and yeah, fuck yeah. Always continue. Like, there's almost no reason not to. Unless you need something incredibly specific. Also, I'm so poor. I only have 14 gold.
Die now.
Now I have money, but I have no shrines. Yay. Have you ever seen the Hytale stuff? I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Or maybe I have. I don't know, man. It escapes me. Like, the name sounds familiar, but I don't know off the top of my head. Also, I realized I'm a highly visual learner. And, maybe it's an ADHD thing, but I'm not good with names until I see a fraction of a fucking image. And then I'm like, oh, fuck! Or even a fucking color, like, something. I don't know. My brain is fucking dumb, is what I'm saying. I'm a dumbass motherfucker. So I'm gonna need you to provide me an image or something. I hate that I just cannot remember shit sometimes unless there's some kind of very specific trigger. I still think Sanguine's one of the best, like, fucking weapons. Sanguine Pool is just so good. You get all that coverage, and it's just like constant ticks, and you know, damage isn't great, but can be.
Ready for more?
Hytale.com. Okay, I'll bring it up in a minute once I die or whatever. The fact that this has infinite mode built in, it makes me so happy. I didn't think they were gonna add that. And the waves just get crazier and crazier. Like, that's fucking nuts to me. Here we go, yeah. Need that damage bad. Oh, dude, these guys are getting really tanky. Holy shit. I don't even think we're on tier 3 yet. Oh my god, he has so much HP. Holy shit, dude. I mean, I guess I could take this time to just run around. And not kill him just to get the money. That's what I need. More pickup radius. Holy fucking shit. It's giant. It's like the whole screen. It's so good.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Yes, please. Oh, God. No, he's about to die anyway. Okay. Dude, that movement speed's paying off. And the dash goes out too. Holy fuck. Oh god! Nope. Standing still is not a good option. It's not even an option, really.
One more step to my goal.
Oh my god. Oh no! Fuck! No! Oh, they hit so fucking hard! It's a lot of enemies killed though. Holy shit.
Holy fucking shit. It's a lot of shit, mate.
Alright, talk with Corvus. I'll do it in a second. Hytale.
Come here, come here, come here.
Is this just Minecraft reskin? Another fucking Minecraft? Swear to God.
Damn. He really about to rock my shit.
Betrayal. Who the fuck? I'll betray your nuts right now, whoever did that. Who's that? Don't care. Bye. Why does Melrose sound familiar? Oh, I'm playing fast now. Alright, let's see Hytale. Oh, it's very cute. So sorry. You know what it reminds me of? What's that really fun game that was like Cube something, Cube World, or Cuborama or some shit? It gives me those vibes. I don't know. Looks fun to me. I'd play the fuck out of it with you. I guess it also depends on like the level of like crafting I would need to do. What's up, Stream Hub? Boop. Boop, boop. Wow. I've seen that before. Oh my god. Oh, it's so chaotic. What the fuck is going on? This is what meta wants to be, but they can't. Yeah, this is just meta's in-game goal. This is basically the Oasis in fucking Ready Player One. They're making sure modding is seamless from the start. That's cool, dude. That looks, honestly, it looks better than I gave it credit for, so, you know, fuck me. My ass. Now, is this on Steam, or is this purely just from Hytale.com? Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, it's probably gonna be just from their website and their own, like, downloader and shit. That's cool, man. That looks awesome. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some bacon. Some bacon! Yeah, that looks good, Volgy. Remind me of whenever there's like any kind of like playtest or anything. That looks really cute and fun, man.
I saw Lord Isles.
And hopefully there's more adventuring and
everything
and other shit and less what do you call it? Less like crafting and shit. Or maybe it's like, you know, segregated into different like portals, you know, something like that.
I suspected as much.
How could you have suspected?
We began these werewolf studies together. There were often
good bloom like
ideological
Terraria? Oh,
disagreements
man.
during the process.
If
Sometimes
that's what they're
our
aiming for, that's
arguments
gonna be
grew
great.
quite heated. But I never imagined. This explains why these werewolves are so aggressive.
I hope there's not a lot of
and
kids in it
powerful.
though. Kids freak me out, dude. I don't like kids in
He
video
is
games.
using my work. Then we
As
don't
soon as I hear
have
a
much time
child's
left
voice, I'm like,
before
oh,
the
I gotta go.
werewolves
This is
become
fucking weird.
unstoppable. I will accelerate my research for you.
New group service? Oh, shit. Love that. Oh my god. Why is that so much better? Jesus fucking Christ, the rare one is 27% at level 2. The legendary is 112% crit damage at level 1. What the fuck? We'll try to upgrade it. Fucking damn. Alright, crit builds is where it's at. Why is there a giant horn here? Why is it sticking through the gate? What the fuck? Is that how we feed this dude? Is he just dangerous? What in the fuck, man?
Some say science is witchcraft.
This wants me to do 20 fucking runs. Oh my god. Lots and lots of upgrades, man. I love that. Oh, the fire rats. Those things are pretty cool, dude. Jesus. Doomwing? What is that? Is that like a little floating eyeball? It looks awesome. What is this? Oh, passive. Oh. Frostbound coil. That's a passive relic, though. Oh, no. Oh, there's so much shit to unlock. Oh, artifact. Okay, it'd have to be an artifact to increase the time of the stage, so. Deal 100,000 in a single stage? Hell yeah, dude. Wooden sword cup. Okay. I don't know. What should I unlock first? I think I should unlock more weapons. Yeah? Maybe the Storm Serpent and the Doomwing? Fuck it, let's do it. Shit in my butt. Why don't you?
Building never ends.
We definitely need more building materials.
Welcome back.
Okay, so we gotta be careful who we upgrade. Oh, did they just... Oh, that sucks, dude. It just upgrades their active ability. Oh, and their passive. All damage dealt. Oh, they changed him to a burn build. That really sucks. Damn. He used to be a fucking life leech build, and oh my god, he was awesome. I mean, he probably makes the most sense with as much crit damage as I have right now. He makes a lot of sense. I can't read it. It's obscured. I love her because big titty goth queen. Duh. Jesus, the kickbots are rolling in, aren't they? You know, maybe we'll just stop streaming a kick. Maybe there's no fuck. I don't think there's any fucking point, dude. Yeah, let's stop streaming a kick. I'll manage that shit later. Maybe I'll just like suspend or disable my own account for now or something. So nobody decides to grab it and fuck it in the butt. She's just good in general because she's just a damage monger. I love that. He's all movement speed, he's all crit, which is good. But like, I mean, he's not great. This motherfucker is... It's a lot of crit damage. I think he's just good to have. Maybe I don't really need to upgrade him. Big Titty Goth Queen first. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah! We can do it one more time. He would just cooldowns though. Meh, whatever. Yeah, we'll just upgrade her. Fuck it. Deserves it.
Fit like a glove.
Excuse me? So I assume we craft these in hopes of it being like a good base fucking damage or something. Ooh. Or to get, I see, yeah. Okay. Definitely want that one, because that's crit chance and attack damage, which is stupendous. Cool. Let's do you. 84% is the magic number. I think. Whoa. Yeah. Volga, you remember when we played that fucking, what was that MMORPG, the Korean one, where you fucking failed like 3 or 4 times in a row on like 99.2% or some shit? And you just fucking said, I'm done. You just fucking quit. Dude, that shit, what game was that? Do you remember? Oh my god, it was awful. Oh, yeah, Lost Ark. And it was like tier 1 or something, wasn't it? Meanwhile, I had no problem through the first 2 tiers. As soon as I got to tier 3, I experienced the exact same thing. And I think I quit at that point because I was like, this is fucking dumb. Oh, that hurts. $99.8. Supposedly the guarantee crap. Yeah, that was some bullshit. It's so fucking good, dude.
Get better.
So good. We got 600. Why don't we do... Yeah. Every 100 seconds, gain a shield that blocks the... Ooh, shit. Like, all crafting guides all started after that because nobody fails it. No, that's insane, dude. That's insane. That's fucking ridiculous. God damn. Okay. Who's this place? Oh. Oh, they're beefy. Damn. Ain't that beefy. Let's just like get one of each of these and just figure it out as we go. My buddy Don was like, "You what?" And the hard into that game he was even like, "Yeah, I'd quit after that." Yeah, no, 100%, dude. That was pretty brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Awakening.
Ooh, daggers? Fuck yeah, dude. I love the daggers. I think the vampiric blades are pretty nice. We'll hold on to those. I don't know what the fuck they combine with, but... Excuse me? The fuck? Let's banish this one. Yeah, Doomwing! Do I summon a little guy and he goes pew pew? Oh, Blood Axe is so good. Oh, the turrets are like short-lived. Okay, I didn't realize. Ow, fuck, dude. Ow, fuck. Chill out, mate. Yeah, man, when you quit, yeah, super reasonable. I'm not upset about it. Where is Doomwing? I don't see him anywhere. Oh, it shoots like weird little spiky laser things, I guess? Elizabeth, duh. Big titty goth queen always comes first. How dare you?
Eyes of the Night.
Get this chest and hit that magnet. I think it's the best we can do. Hell yeah. More dots! More DPS! Hopefully. God, shit! Okay. Somehow that did not hurt me.
What cause?
Definitely need crit chance. I don't think I need crit damage anymore. I just need crit chance. There's like no reason to stack crit damage at this point with how much extra I have going on. Vampiric blades. Sure. Left side, even side, deal with it! Let's go left, because I get to avoid the campfires, more combat and reward, and I still can reach that. Yeah! Companion slot, so. Let's go! I guess left or center, either one would have been fine. I love this fucking game, Bogey, so much, dude. I don't think I'm gonna get to routine tonight at all. Reasonably so. Oh, I already have 4 attacks? Oh, I fucked up. I don't have my sanguine. It's gonna be a bad ride. My Deathis is fantastic though. Hell yeah. Give me that shit. $174, goddamn! $185. I have so much money. Great, dude. Ooh, damn, he was fast. Oh, BT Dubs, fucking. Do you remember Sulfur? Sulfur added an endless mode in their big update. Absolutely batshit. And I think by like December 7th, if you have like the highest amount of levels cleared, you get like a free fucking goofy little goblin cap from them and some other merch. Pretty cool. I want it real bad, but I can't leave this game. Good shit, yeah. I don't know. Do I want to spend it on that? Fuck it. Maybe we'll get lucky and it won't be a fucking basic one. Ooh! Oh, hell yeah, dude. Got a rare blueprint, which means it's probably just going to be better no matter what than my current shit. I really like these little floaty blades. The vampire blades, they're fucking solid. Ow. How much is it? 112? Okay. Attack speed boosted. Is that just like permanent? Are there like statistics anywhere? Like per weapon as far as like damage and shit, or no? Oh, I have to, okay, so we'll know what it fuses into. Right now I have all non-fusable items. That is really unfortunate.
Eyes of the Night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My blood surges.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yes. Oh, I disabled my dog, you fucker. Pretty rude thing to do. Oh, that's so good. Immune to damage for 2 whole seconds after taking damage? Damn.
Uncover the unknown.
Die now.
No, thank you. Okay, we don't need to pick anything up. We just need to destroy shit. We got a giant magnet at the end. Let's run like fucking crazy.
Mystery unravels.
Dice over here. Oh, goddamn. Ah. Oh. You know what? Actually, I think we have to pick this up. Yeah. Duh. So far, maybe the daggers aren't as good as they used to be. I don't know. They don't feel like they're putting in a ton of work. I don't know, man.
Eyes of the Night.
Sir. Yeah, chase me around the statue, you fucking idiot. Ha ha! Crit chance, very good. Mana regen, attack cooldown. Sure. Push it. Oh, fuck. Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta get the thing to him. I don't think I'm gonna make it. We've still got a timer, too. Oh, no. Oh, maybe.
Got a new chance.
Wahoo! I digit. Lot of crit chance, homie. Feels fucking good. Feels so goodgy woodgy in my butt. 2 greens in a row, I'll take that. Oh, movement speed, hell yeah.
Let's see what's inside.
Magnet activated. Oh man. Yeah! Just got me. I have 4 rerolls. Let's reroll this guy. Perfect, yeah. His crit damage boost lasts so fucking long. Crazy.
Power.
Hell yeah. Oh, we got a magnet. All right, let's break shit and run.
Uncover the unknown.
Ow. Not bad. Okay. Hell yeah. I don't think I have enough of that last statue over there. Oh, it's 148? There's no way. How did he miss me? I'm standing still. What the hell?
Power of the night.
Ooh. Ooh. Cooldown damage, cooldown damage. Yeah. Wahoo! Oh, okay. There's my recap. Well, the vampire blades are doing shit for damage, unfortunately. Dooming is okay. Eh. Big ripperoonie.
Fate is at work again.
find the wizard.
Do we? I don't even know if we do. Oh, I think the potion. Yeah, all these potions seem to be temporary. Yeah.
Ready for more?
Where are we going, buddy? Ah.
I guess he just, yeah, he just zaps out. Nothing too special.
Path revealed.
Oh, let's get some fucking range. There it is.
That's what Daddy wants right there. That sweet, sweet magnet, baby. Nothing turns me on more.
Oh my god, please, sir. Damn. Oh, those blood axes and the daggers. Doing work, man. Yeah, we need more. We need all the reputation. I just go straight down the middle.
It awaits.
Kill enemies while being in range. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, in range of the tree. Okay. Well, can I not dodge? Fuck it. Dooming, big upgrade. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cooldown in lifetime? Whatever. An upgrade's an upgrade, so fuck it. 194, goddamn, it's expensive. Hell yeah. Little Doomy baby got an upgrade. Nice. Oh, movement speed, thank fuck. There we go. Easy money. What does that do? That what summons the tree? What it did. Why not? Where is my health? It's above my head, that's it? Okay. I got 120 on me. I think I can open this. No. Oh, that's 190. There's no fucking way.
I ascend.
Oh, little fucking goblin came in late, little shit. Little shot. Oh, I can only go this way? Oh, bummer. Okay. At least there's a boss there, and then I can go, yeah, just straight down the middle. Oh, man. Nah, whatever. Collect a total of 5,000 gold.
Mystery unravels.
THC is born too late to explore the ocean. Oh, I'm good on that. Born too early to explore the universe. Yeah. Born just in time to finance Ram. Jesus Christ. What a fucking phrase, man. Born just in time to finance Ram. On the bright side, THC, I hate to say it, but one of the good things Trump has done is he lifted the ban on certain trucks. And one of those is like a Toyota something, I don't know, but it's a fucking dope-ass utility truck, and it's like 15K supposedly. If it stays 15K on the way to the US, that's gonna be great for competition for the market. I think Ford is already planning to combat it. But man, I hope it fucking destroys them. It won't, but I hope it does. But also, I want that truck really bad. And when did I say that? It's because it's going to be like half the price of any other fucking truck or anything out there. All trucks are like 80K, and this thing's coming in at like 15, and it's like the perfect utility truck. Even though we got to finance, at least it'll be affordable. Logan says we have to finance our DoorDash order. I think our truck is out of reach. Oh my god, stop. Yeah, dude, it's fucking... Everything's so out of hand, man. All this AI craze, they're gonna regret it. They're gonna regret this AI shit. I don't think it's gonna turn out great. Sure, it'll have its uses, but man... I think it's gonna be trash ass. PhD says Rampocalypse means there won't be any for GPUs. So those will skyrocket too. Probably. I think that's very likely. Yep, it's all gonna go up. We're hitting that late game capitalism and it's trash McAss. Corporate greed and then government greed are both fucking everything up. Real bad. And embezzlement. That's fun. Gotta love the government still wasting money, state and federal alike. Ooh, oh, that's it? Nah, that's cool. It wasn't worth the ooh. Count plus 0.3? What the fuck, dude? 32 gigs, 500. GPU will be 1,000. You can build the rest of the PC. So average mid PC will be 2,000 plus. Yeah. Super fucked. It's a bad time to be alive. I'm telling you, 90s were fucking peak, homie. 90s were peak, and we're never gonna get that back.
Eyes of the night.
All of the 90s. We peaked as a society. It's all downhill. It's all downhill, homie. Prepare your butthole. Got 80. Can I spend it on anything? Fuck, no, I can't. Where'd those blood axes go? What is that paw print? Oh, is that the symbol for the boss? I never noticed that. Jesus. Oh my god. Whoa! A chance to dodge attacks? What? Get the fuck out of here. That's fucking crazy. A free chance to dodge? That's fucking unheard of in this day and age. You know how fucking expensive that would be? Crazy.
Power.
There we go. A little more movement speed, please. Man, I got most of it. Woo! Those daggers and the blood axe, man. Oh, Vampiric Blades are doing so bad. They're doing so terrible. It might just be because they're getting outranged, but I mean that still matters too. It's unfortunate. I was just liking that Vampiric Blades too, but. 9 a.m. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. What do you that reputation, bro?
In the deep forest, you stumble upon a mossy clearing of eerie beauty, surrounded by an ancient stone altar. There are carvings around that resemble an old vampiric scriptures, and you hear a strange, echoing whisper.
Make a blood offering? Hell yeah. Destroy the... Oh, there's a lot of good choices, dude. Examine, Should we make a blood offering or destroy the altar and reject its power? I feel like blood offering is the obvious choice here.
Your blood stains the altar, and a surge of otherworldly power answers your sacrifice.
3 levels, and I got some building materials, or Echoes of Grandeur, which, yeah, it's the building stuff. I only took 27 damage. It's not bad. I also don't know how much HP I have. We'll get it back, though. What is this? Oh, set the bats free. Okay. Hell yeah, give me that rep, baby. Reputation. Apocalypse means any relevant electronics will double in price. Yeah. Yes, it does. It's a bad time, dude. Like I said, things not doing well. Sure is the opposite of good. But here's the other thing, THC. You don't have to constantly upgrade. So, just start budgeting, dude. Budget what you can, prepare for what you can, and it'll be okay. And as far as cars, don't upgrade. Don't let them trap you in a 5-year fucking cycle. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's going to shit. All your shit's old as shit? Well. Better get lucky and score a job making 6 figures. Maybe make a fake resume and start applying as a CEO. See if you can fool somebody and get a fat ass check, you know? I think that's the final step. You gonna make it at least 5K a month? Yeah. Same. Ooh. I don't know if I ever will. Or any of us will. That's a lot of money. That's basically 6 digits we're talking. Take home 5K? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I feel you, dude. That's like 120K basically.
What course?
Woo, that's a lot of shit. God damn. Oh, those kind of suck. Woof. That Depis, dude. Jeez. like my fellow companion figurines also twirl. That's so fucking dumb.
One more step to my goal.
I love that so much. You're saying RAM won't be better until 2028? Yeah, probably. Probably. Damn, the Blood Axe. Fuck. All right, Blood Axe new favorite. That is absurd. Yeah, pretty much THC. It is what it is, dude. Just gotta deal with it however we can deal with it, and that's it. And pray that, like, some other manufacturer rises up and starts making it again for residential or consumer or whatever, and not businesses. Because that whole shift that was a big shift. I mean, it opens up a spot for a competitor, but, like, you know, it's always a bumpy road, bumpy transition, you know? Man, I don't know, dude. Whoa. He's cool. Wow. I have so much Depis, I can just sit here. Woo! That crit damage. God damn. Holy shit, man. These fucking nuts, mate. Wow, the Doomwing. Okay, so Doomwing single target. Blood Axe is just a good median for everything. Blood Axe is doing good AoE and single target. Alright, so Doomwing's pretty fucking good for bosses. Dagger, not so good for bosses. Honestly, the daggers in general, not very good. Alright, so daggers and blades, let's get rid of those. Yeah, we should do the... Probably always do the infinite mode, right? I mean, why not? Jesus, the axes, man. I need more size. I want those axes to cover the fucking screen. I'm gonna be a fucking psycho about it. Oh, crit chance good. Oh, an extra plus 25 damage on the first hit? That's awesome. We're just gonna keep going right and hope for the best. If we find any kind of decent terrain. Size. Bigger.
Die now.
No, thank you. Maybe in a second or two. We're gonna stop taking hits. It's way too early to take hits. Looks like the Doomite doesn't have very good reach either. would pick movement speed, but I don't think I need it. You only need but so much, I think. Like maybe like 30%, 20. Because the other, yeah. Oh my god. He appears so quickly. Okay, whatever, he's basically dead anyway.
I ascend.
Cool. If it wasn't for freezing enemies, I think I'd be in a lot of trouble. Honestly, I'm already kind of in a lot of trouble. Oh. Oh. Come on, at least let me get the boss out. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
One more step to my goal.
Ooh. Oh, little jokey wokey. How you doing, BB? Oh! I don't know what the fuck's healing me, but it feels good. How you doing, Joker? Welcome. A little bit of chaos. What? Depression's kicking your ass right now? I'm sorry, buddy. I wish I could kick your ass instead. Probably much nicer. Oh, I'm for sure dead any second now. I have half health, and these motherfuckers are tanky. Ah! Ooh. God damn! Maybe? Hell yeah. I promise you. I promise you. Ah. I'm running as fast as I can, man. Alright, yeah, it's more crit chance. More crit damage.
Die.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, we took my dodge away, you fucker. God, oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, damn. Oh! Oh! It's so tight! Ah! Ah! It's so hard! Alright, so Dagger of the Damned is fucking trash McAss. It's actually good AoE, but it's really bad at anything else. Blood Axe is just really good in general. Dooming is great single target. But really bad AoE, that sucks. I think Blood Axe and Sanguine are keepers for sure. That was a good run though. That's the farthest I've gotten in that infinite mode. And I don't know if that was a harder setting or not. But that went pretty well. That was pretty fucking nice.
Still in one piece.
So what is this? Oh, a movement speed rune? Oh, you motherfucker. This Savagery is too good to let go, though. Movement speed good, but, you know, I can wait.
Hello there.
I need so many fucking runs. I need 14 more runs to get to tier 2. Oh my god. Well, fuck me, I guess.
brick by brick.
God, I love this game so much. What is that? Oh, an ancient oak. Oh, that might be the deep forest. It probably is.
Rough day.
Now which one of these do we unlock? Gravitic pull? Vitae surge? Ooh, that sounds like it restores health. Frost warden. Ooh. Gilded instinct? It's probably trash. Damn it. Alright, we're gonna do this. I don't know, whoever this is. Oh, increases pickup and collection range. The ability's duration. 5 seconds? Oh, send him back! Fuck! It's a permanent choice now? God damn it! Oh, I fucked myself. Alright. Well.
Fancy some new kecks?
Fuck shit! We did net 2 fucking cane blueprints though. Rare cane blueprints. That's pretty sick. I mean, that's already so much better than what I have. That's insane. God damn, that's a lot of crit damage. This guy do? This is 15% crit chance, attack damage, a lot of critical hit damage. God damn. What's my current one? Honestly, this one's fucking really good. I'll go with that. Let's keep that one because this is crit hit chance. Get rid of this. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Really want those rare blueprints.
Great leaders work hard. What do we fucking unlock here? We got 2 choices. Maybe the... I don't know. Oh, we have to have at least 7. Okay. A cursed spider? Sounds suspicious.
Just do the Reaper Scythe. Fuck it. Let's get rid of those. Love the Blood Axes. Dooming's okay. We'll banish it anyway. That's all we can banish for now. What do we want here? Max health? I like never pick that. Crit chance good. Crit damage good. Movement speed always good. Collect range honestly good. Projectile speed? I don't really think I give a shit. Dash cooldown good. HP regen. I don't know, Chief. Can I banish anymore? No. Can't banish these. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty okay. Oh, we can do all this shit. All right, let's go over here. Oh man, you're gonna make me lose. Oh, well, I still get one if I go this way. If I get a companion, yeah, let's do that. That's fine. We still get one. Whatchamacallit? Elite or whatever.
Advance for might.
Oh god. Oh, they're fast. What the fuck? And I have to fight off fucking... Apparently some... I have to stay near a campfire to stay warm. What? I'm a vampire. This is bullshit. Yes, come to me. Oh, and these motherfuckers are shooting shit? No, come here. Come here, bitch. Well, this place sucks. Blood still gotta flow? Boo! Loony! It do though, you're right. God damn it. Ooh! Let's do, Storm Serpent? It seems like a smaller map, too. Hard to tell. Oh my god, these dudes fucking suck. Oh, they're all just running up on my asshole. Ow! Ah!
Path revealed.
Piss off, guys. There we go. Much better. I feel like you only need like one AoE skill. And the rest can just fucking be whatever. Motherfuckers. Cheeky bitches. Yeah, set them on fire. Wow, that fire fucking sucks. Big disappoint.
Uncover the unknown.
Well, it's time to turn into a blood NATO anyway. we have a thingy, a magnet? We do, yeah. Go ahead and get that now. And then we'll like,
Vibrations.
ooh, Reaper Scythe. Oh, so the Scythe combines with the Chakrams. Okay. I still want to use it, even though I'm not going to get much out of it. The music is so nice. Fucking love this game. Oh my god, the Blood Axe is doing so much work. Jesus. Alright, and we got those at the Sanguine like the same time. Good god, dude. Alright. Blood Axe is fucking king, man. Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Ow. Sir, please. Oh, the Blood Axe and the Scythe are very similar. They just pop up and shlink. Slice something. The Scythe is fucking weird, though. Oh, come here, bitch. Oh! Come here, bitch. Freeze to death for you. How am I fucking... I might freeze to death. Do I just, like, die? Oh, yeah. Much better.
Eyes of the Night.
Oh, two good ones in a row. Thank you. Woohoo! You know?
Path revealed.
Path revealed. What's that do? Oh, purple is it summons a fucking... Hell yeah. Yes, coming to the... Oh god, there's another one! What the fuck is going on?
Power.
Oh, it's a good one. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, shit on you, fucking nerd. Haha.
Die now.
Oh, nice. Scythe finally gets an upgrade. Wouldn't you believe it? Well, that's great. Enemies are gonna die so much faster now. Ow, ow, ow. Owie, wowie. Tickle my pickle on the bueno. There.
My blood surges.
Hui! You know? I like that they made. God, the blood axe, dude. I really like that. Sanguine Pool's doing great too. I'm really happy they made the environment so like involved. There's like so many hazards in this game, especially depending on the map. There's so many sources of pressure. I love it, dude. We need those building materials real fucking bad. Oh, God. I can only imagine this is a nightmare setting. It's gonna be so fucking shitty. It's gonna suck so much ass.
Uncover the unknown.
Can't wait. Oh shit, we could just break stuff now. What the magnitude? We'll do attack size. Not a lot of good choices there. That movement speed bonus per like little objective done is really fucking nice. I'm a big fan. I can't do both. I'm not big enough.
Mystery unravels.
Sick, love it. How many was that? Oh, that was like 10 exactly. Fucking perfect. Left. Okay, we're doing good. Travel time. And then
I ascend.
Yeah, collect range would probably be good. Movement speed good. I think we have enough movement speed. Scythe upgrade. Pretty much like, I mean, if we got some purples to fucking grab, like, I'm probably just gonna grab those. Is that enough? Nope. Short by fucking 5 gold.
The more crit chance, the better, baby. God damn, put that crit in my ass.
Oh god. Dude, blood axes are so good. Woo! Yeah, wow. Sanguine Pool is nice for the consistency. And the Storm Serpent and Reaper Scythe are pretty balls. Oh man, I want a companion, but rip. We'll go, yeah, we'll go left for the fucking reputation. God damn it. Son of a bitch. I swear to Christ on a cracker. Crash McGass, that's fine.
What's its worth?
That's only 64 for a fucking... Okay. Hell yeah. Got just lit up too. That's great. Hell yeah.
Weakness behind.
There's gotta be something that, like, gives me more gold during my runs or something. Some kind of perk. I could have sworn there was in the demo. I wonder if they, like, got rid of it or just changed it. No magnet. Oh, there you were. You were shit. Hell yeah. Ah, pair of boots. Damn. Hoping for at least a rare pair of boots, man. 40 gold left. I don't think I can do much with that. Ow, 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 ow. $62. Oh. That's so close, bro.
One more step to my goal.
Ooh, that scythe is big. Holy shit. It's so big. Whoa. Scythe is doing some fucking work too. Sanguine Pool still keeping up. Sanguine's still good. Blood Axe is so good. Scythe is better than I thought. It's, I think it, I don't know, maybe just a late bloomer, I guess.
Late bloom these fucking nuts, bro.
Also, I really gotta find time to edit some fucking videos. I'm running out of space.
My path is clear.
What is this? Kill giant enemy. And I'm sure I will. Oh, is he chasing me now? He's chasing me. Oh, is he like endlessly spawning shit in the distance? I think that might be what's going on. There he is. What the fuck? For a giant enemy, he's just a giant sheep. He's the least scary.
Eyes of the night.
So fast now. Oh my goodness. What's this one? 68? Not 63. Why is that? Ever so slight difference. Oh man. Missed out on an opportunity to summon a boss. Or an elite.
Uncover the unknown.
Pretty much got everything other than that. 69 and the other one over here is like 60 something. Unaffordable. Oh, there you are, little buddy.
There you are, little fella.
Yeah, let's give it some damage. This is damage and size. This is cooldown and damage. Damage boost anyway. Fuck yeah. Good. Good. Okay, these might be my main three weapons for a hot minute. Scythe, axe, and pool. Pretty good. What does this do? Ooh, maybe I can get a buff. Get another shot at a companion at least. 2 artifacts, fully restored. 4 to 8 levels in fully restored. Oh man, and 100 gold. Shit. Let's be real. Those artifacts are gonna be shit. Yeah. It's actually not bad. Not bad at all.
Getting stronger.
Oh my god, the scythe is huge! Crit chance. Cooldown inside. It's not very good. Oh my god. Sure. Rocket, dude.
Field of sight.
Oh, hell yeah. See more crits, man. Ow, fuck. Hell yeah. So many yummy upgrades. $128. Oh my god. No magnet, huh? Dang it.
Power.
Dash cooldown good. That's great. It's at like a little over a second now. Blood axe or the scythe? Scythe. Scythe again. Movement speed. I wonder if it's like raw percentage or if it's increasing it off of like a base value. Actually, I don't want to be a tornado. When I think about it. Damn. Scythe and Blood Axe. Whoo. Crushing it, dude. Doing so much work. Love that. Yeah. Are we got a magnet? Hell yeah, dude. Just ignore everything for now, then. Sure. The only problem is, gotta make sure we kill him in there. Okay. Duh, Elizabeth. Big to the goth queen, get with it!
Path revealed.
Wait, did that just say it stuns enemies? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, damn, the axes and scythe hits like a truck. Okay, cool.
Ready for more?
Give me all the yummies, all the gold. Does it pick up gold? I hope it does. It might not. It might be super wrong. I am super duper fucking wrong. Doesn't matter. I don't have enough to do anything else, so we'll just kind of sit here, I guess, or 12 north. Yeah, we'll just stay up here.
I ascend.
Cackman? Cackman? Thanks for the follow, Cackman. I didn't notice that. Must be a refollow, the alert didn't go off. It's fucking funny, bro. Got a funny fucking name. I love it. This is fucking nice. Just need some attack cooldown and in really good shape. Can I re-roll? Oh, it re-rolls the whole thing. Okay. Oh my god, so much movement speed. Fucking goofy. Woo! Damn, that scythe pulled way ahead. What the fuck happened there? Holy shit. I still want to play routine tonight. Let's see how much energy I have. Oh no. We got a magnet, so we'll just run around and break shit and come back.
Uncover the unknown.
We do have to collect the gold though. Dude, I am fucking sipping. Game wants me to go faster, right? Yeah, buddy. Think you're so fucking funny, huh? I have so much movement speed. That was poop. That's it. Clear the whole map. It was fast.
Cursed bell.
God. Collection ring? No. Cooldown for sure. How much is this one down here? Oh, 130. Sorry, 138. It's 46. There's a good chance I'll be able to do this. What is my crit chance at? Crit chance is at 57%. Nice.
Keep going.
I have like 400 health. That's pretty good. Lots of artifacts. Movement speed just says 19.8. So I guess, okay. So I guess the movement speed pickups I've gotten count towards a base value, like I was wondering. Glad they just show it all here, though. It's nice.
Power.
More crit chance, duh. Did it go up to... That is a flat increase, man. That's awesome. I think I'm killing the enemies too fast. Like, they're not spawning particularly quickly anymore. Hell yeah. It's a good sign I might last. Sure, more size. Cooldown. My god. Oh, got a room. I think I already had that, but that is an upgraded version. That's nice. Fucking goofy dudes. Let's do, yeah. Get that mana regen for companions. The buffs go fucking hard. Woo! Damn, dude. Axe and Scythe, let's fucking go. That's fucking bonkers. Shredding. Watch it absolutely suck on this, though. Because it's like target or whatever. Oops. I didn't mean to see him. Nah, whatever. Honestly, it's 3 different targets. So this is actually really good. Holy shit. Oh, you guys fucking suck. Oh. Oh, you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck. Oh, that hurt so bad. Jesus. Holy fuck. That almost killed me. That was, woo. That boss hurts a lot. Yeah, kitty cat?
Welcome back there, buddy.
Wow, Sanguine Pool did all the damage. What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense, dude. Damn. How you doing, buddy? What you been up to? What you been playing? If anything. I love Sanguine Pool, man. I don't know why I did so much damage up front. Doesn't make sense. It's been trailing this whole time. It's kind of weird. Oh, you finishing up anime night? Sick, dude. What anime did you watch? What anime? Tales of Wedding Rings. That's cool. Sounds cool. Is it about marriage? Props Corey in the house. What the fuck is that, dude?
What the hell?
Oh, I'm still at half health? Fuck. It's the worst time to get that. Not isekai, but pulled into another world. Okay. But isekai means like you die and you get pulled into another world, right? Isekai harem. Ooh, hot. Harem's a lot of work, though. I don't recommend it. It's so much work. I assume isekai means like basically reincarnated in another world, quote unquote. Damn, that's a lot of lightning. Ooh, we got a blue one. Fuck yeah. What is my crit at right now? 71%. That's awesome. My crit damage is almost a fucking 560. Cooldown reduction, projectile size. What was the is it, I guess cooldown reduction is quote unquote like the attack speed interval decrease? Is it the same thing? I don't know. Yeah, he gets pulled into another world, gets forced into marriage. Oh god. With some ring princess, and now he's ring king. There are 4 other ring princesses he has to meet and somehow marry. What the fuck? The more rings, the stronger he gets to fight the Demon King. Then he has to fight the harem for eternity. While they manipulate and sap his will to live and his balls. Oh my god, dude. Uncensored? Nice, on Crunchyroll, fuck yeah. I need to fucking... Crunchyroll has everything, dude. Like, you cannot compete with Crunchyroll. They used to suck back in the day, though. Mostly suck in the sense of, like, their servers were just slow as molasses. They have so much anime available. Is there anything better than Crunchyroll? Loot as fuck too? Of course it is. They used to be a pirate site? Really? Oh. I thought they were pretty legit from the get-go. I had no idea. Fuck! Ow! Fuck! Something keeps tagging me and it is painful. Oh, goddamn. They recently got lax as shit using AI subtitles. AI subtitles are rough, man. As you know, on my closed caption on Twitch, by itself is pretty rough. No blocky backgrounds. Oh, that sucks, dude. Well, you gotta cheap out somewhere, right? It's inevitable. Oh, goddamn. I'm not gonna last for the next boss. There's no way.
Ready for more?
Oh, I can't dodge! Fuck, 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 fuck! I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. Oh. Fantastic. Scythe, axe, and pool, baby. That was a pretty good run. Regardless. It's very nice.
I can feel the dark chill of the ice on you. Did you destroy Bloodfang?
Chill these fucking nuts.
Bloodfang is gone.
Super edge.
Her fangs will never harm anyone again.
Excellent. The bloodstone you've brought whispers with ancient power. It's unthinkable that Isles would bestow such ancient power upon these savage beasts.
The only path forward is to take each of them back, one by one.
Then prepare yourself. The final shadow is near.
That doesn't sound so bad. Sounds great. I love it. How do I unlock more of these? Finish out a roll at normal. Cool.
Have any more of those echoes?
Okay. 30 max HP, don't care. Attack damage. That's it? You suck. Block chance? Oh shit, dude. Yeah. Reputation gain might be really good. Might be a good investment. these stack. I see. Let's... God damn it. Let's do the reputation gain. I think that tracks. I think that's a good choice. Hell yeah. Son of a bitch.
Be strong, Roderick.
Be as strong as I can, Dad. Let's unlock another one of these little shits. Sure. Why not? What does he do? Restores a portion of your health on each cooldown. Okay, boop boop. On each cooldown? I don't know what that means. I don't even know what his fucking cooldown is. Increase HP regen by 6 per minute. That's like fucking nothing. How do I feel about him? Can't banish anymore, unfortunately.
Measure twice, cut once.
Dodge and move, dodge and move, dodge and move. Okay, so pretty much that one. Is it T to dismantle? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's upgrade niche. Cool. Upgrade it twice? Yeah, let's do it twice. You can afford it. Hell yeah, brother. Let's see, we're using that. +2, +2. Damn, dude. Yeah, we gotta get some better blueprints. That's great, though. Fuck. Let's risk it. Nope. Worth. I like that they added gear to this.
Focus,
In
Roderick.
a very RPG sense. It's fucking sick. 1.6K, god damn. Okay, we're good on that. I think I've spent basically everything. I guess I'll upgrade more crit damage because, like, it's already legendary, so fuck it.
Hello, Roderick.
Yeah, may as well. Oops. Pretty good. Sick. Hell yeah. Damn, that's a lot of bonus crit damage, man. Fuck, that's huge. You get 2 new weapons or artifacts or whatever. It's the last thing I can spend. Let's go with... Essence Fang? Let's unlock fucking everything. Just whatever the fuck's available. Ooh, Void Orb. Cool. Sick, love that. A bloody black hole. Oh, cool. Okay, so Blood Axe and then this Ice Orb thing. Those fuse together. Okay, Blood Axe, Ice Orb, Scythe, and then the twirly things. Get rid of the electrics, yeah. It's big Sag. We'll play with the black hole next time around. We're gonna do that for now. We're gonna try to combine those four and see what the fuck happened. What's left over here? Let's go to the desert. Yeah, stage 2. Oh, there's a... Oh, you can find more vampires? Oh, shit. I'm missing out. Well, goddamn. What the fuck is this? What the hell? Let's go companion. What's this dice roll again? Oh, it's just really like grab dice or whatever. Yeah, we'll just do companion and do that middle one, I think. I love that they added gear to this. Like, there's so many things in this fucking game. Oh, jeez. Let's do, we'll do this, the Blood Axe and the fucking ice thingy first, and then we'll do the Scythe next. Why did that just explode in the distance? Oh, my axes. I was like, what is doing that? Oh my god, I'm dying. Help me. Help me, Tom Cruise. I forgot I don't necessarily have to be in it. I just have to kill stuff in it. Jesus Christ. You know what I miss? I miss my fucking sanguine pool. A lot. Jesus. Size, Dan. I'll do size, I guess. God, dude. You need to have a good AoE. This is rough. God damn, this is rough. Oh, this is so rough to start with. I think maybe we'll just eat shit. Yeah. Damn, dude. Okay, I think I have a better idea how to start. It is rough starting like that. I'm gonna get rid of the spikes and do the edge blade. Black hole. Everything else is fine. I can start with sanguine. That'd be stellar. These guys are tougher. I guess I forgot about that. Let's go left. How dare you make me choose?
The darkness awaits me.
Cool down 4 seconds? That is brutal. Let's do Void Orb, Ice Orb, and the whatchamacallit. Does it spawn on me? Oh, interesting. Oh, it hits multiple targets? Oh, shit. Oh. Not bad. Do Void Sanguine, and we'll just do the axes and whatever the fucking ice thing is. Oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck. Jesus, tap dance of Christ.
One more step to my goal.
Axes and orbs, okay. Oh, I think the black hole is going to be a favorite. That's nice. Seen his size increase and we're good. Elizabeth! Oh, Tinny got the queen. Okay, so I just need Ice Orb. Where are these fucking... Was it just randomly summoned? The Morpheus ball? Hell yeah. Dash, cooldown, attack damage. We'll do that. Oh my god, stop following me, dude. Leave me alone! Hell yeah. Give me that elite baby. Is it worth it? Probably not.
What have I found?
I love that he couldn't get around that treasure chest. It's pretty fucking funny. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Woo! Barely. I don't even have to move. Let's do blood Axe. Yeah, I'll focus on Blood Axe and the Ice Ball if I ever fucking get it again. Oh shit. Oh man, you know I'm getting some cookout tonight. Fuck yeah.
Eyes of the Night.
Oh shit, the real half the map. A tiny map. Oh hell yeah.
Ready for more?
Okay, Ice Orb, it's our last one. Ice Orb looks like it really sucks by itself. But, you know, rip, I guess. Oh shit. Wasn't paying attention. Look at that last shrine over here. Check out 30.
Getting stronger.
We got 55. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Which is this? Oh, 109? Oh no. I'll lead you up here because I can't fucking.
I can't afford that shit. That's way too expensive for my blood. My blood.
Dash cooldown? Yeah, sure. Found dash cooldown to be quite helpful. Yeah, we get that. Chill here. So big! Big and scary! What's the... Yeah, what do these boots do? Dude, that's a 20% dodge chance? Holy shit! Man, that's crazy. It's a lot, man, for some blue boots. I'll get a magnet right off the bat? Hell yeah. Coming back at you.
Field of Sight.
Die now.
What if I don't want to? Spoopy. Oh god. I like Black Hole. I think there's potential, but I'm trying to see if the Frost Axe is worth it.
My blood surges.
Ice Orb. Get those up par and fuse those first. Damn, it's 120 God damn! I'll take 10%. That's awesome. How kind of you. Wait, was that a fucking goblin? Sure as shit is. Oh god. You better not eat those. Jesus Christ. Okay, cool.
Is it time?
Ice Orb. It's a good one. I'm gonna sit in this fucking corner. Woo! Well, maybe not sit. These guys are spitting venom. Nothing's about to eat my asshole. Yeah, big hungry boy. Still bullshit that he doesn't hurt other enemies. Only can hurt me. What the hell? Wow-wee! Blood Axe and Sanguine? Oh, Void Orb is doing so bad. Ice Orb is even worse. God, that's bad. Obviously left, yeah. Companion Andalese? Yeah. Fucking yeah, bro. Fucking duh.
Path revealed.
Oh shit! Oh my god. Like millisecond dodge. Oh my god, man. That was scary. Can we, maybe reroll you? Cool. targeting in this game is so weird. For that. Generate health 4 times faster. So is that basically like 75% faster? Or like the reduction on... That works. I assume it ticks more often. Otherwise the wording would be kind of pointless. Oh shit. Oh, I see a little goblin. Come here, little guy. God damn. Look at him!
One more step to my goal.
Get a new cloak blueprint. That's tight. Watch combining the ice orb and this axe just be 100% not fucking worth it. Getting those vibes. I'm gonna fuck around, find out. God, Void Orb is... Ice Orb's not good either. I think if Void Orb was bigger, it'd be better. It does have a long fucking cooldown, though. Yeah, we need the... Do we need the... Yeah, we do need the wrap, yeah. I guess we're gonna need that for a while.
Duty calls me.
Kill giant enemy. Oh god, he's right there. Alright, that was really fast. Who just restored my fucking health? That was pretty sick. All the time, thanks.
Eyes of the Night.
Trying to keep an eye out for those little goblins. Age.
Getting stronger.
All right, more pickup radius, I guess. It's my life now. Just one giant pickup radius, that's it. You guys gotta stop spitting, man. Shut the fuck out. What's that? Ooh. I do like crit damage. Nope. Not very good. A little disappointing, the artifacts. They're not so hot. Trying to pick all these golds before they go away. That's 60, I'm not gonna get that.
Power of the night.
Cool. Pretty good. Hell yeah. Only 2 really good damage sources. It's not particularly good. But it'll have to do. Dark Side Detective 1 Epic Games is free right now. You're looking out though, dude. Ugh.
I grow.
Go, man. Hell yeah. Free elite, bitch. How do I get out of elites anyways? Anything good? I don't even know. Artifact? So you just get an artifact out of them. Okay. Kind of lowers their value quite a bit. If that's all you get. Yeah, because this is worth 48. It's like way cheaper.
Uncover the unknown.
wonder if that just like insta-killed him. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, axes are maxed out. Good shit. Ow. Whoa, twice. Whoa. Is that twice in a row? Here, look at the other guy. Hell yeah.
My blood surges.
That's what we want to see leveled, homie. We're like 80 up there. Okay. Alright, pretty much everything.
Power.
Mana regen, sanguine pool. What is sanguine pool? It ain't getting the best upgrade, but okay. That's alright. Right, I only have 10 left. Okay. Not very good. Woo, look at the maxes go. Sick. Hell yes. God, I don't think this combo's worth. Void orbs and ice orbs are just abysmal. We need the rep, so we kind of have to go down the middle. At least we get another companion, which is good. That'll be number 3, I think.
Ready for more?
Good, good, good. Ice orb. Ice orb is such ass, dude. God. So bad. I need movement speed. I just want to max it out and use it. And I bet you everything is not fucking worth. I would just better off choosing the best of the best.
One more step to my goal.
Here we go. Next one. The next one will fuse it. I wonder if you could start off with a fused weapon of your choice. That'd be terrific.
Field of sight.
Oh my god, let me fuse it, you fucker. You fucking fucker. Yeah, let's do more void orbs. Yeah, they're both level 10. It says fuse at max, fuse with at max level. Maybe it's just a chance that you just can or can't get the fusion. Damn, that's brutal. Wait, what's the damage now? Like 61, short cooldown. I don't care about the ice, it's so bad. There we go. What did I say it was like 60s? It was like twice the damage. Okay. Yeah. That's worth it. What do we have now? We got the... Oh. Oh. To the edge blade. Yeah, because I have the fucking... Oh, and it drops an ice orb? Oh, shit. Well, those upgrades are serious then. Does Edgeblade only shoot left and right? Oh, that's why it's so good, you fucker. Hell yeah. Cool if I can freeze the worm and kill it that way.
Path revealed.
It always sounds suspiciously AI. Got magnets, that's good. Finally, fuck. 120? God damn, dude.
Weakness left behind.
God damn it. Is that it? Is that everything? Yeah. Movement speed, please. This should be enough, I think. Ooh. That's 37. Not enough. More fucking gold, and I don't have it. Ah, I got stuck in the wall. Fuck. God damn! Yeah, back shatter's good. Just hard building up to it. Sanguine is just straight good all around. I can't wait to upgrade Sanguine. It's gonna be so fucking busted. Auras, man. Auras. This ain't no Mega Bonk. That's for show. Damn. Oh, I don't need cookout tonight. I got leftover Mexican in the fridge. Oh, shit. Hell yeah.
Ready for more?
Fucking hello? What do we want? Let's try this guy out. He might be pretty cool. Mr. Chrono. Plus he looks cool. A dope-ass construct. Oh, we got a magnet in the middle. That's good shit.
Die, Mr.
Yeah, probably. Crash! I love gold! I'm sure.
power.
Only got 50? I don't think I have enough for anything good. Maybe just relic down here? 54? Oh, so close. Not that goal. Pack damage or crit damage? Oh no, there's one thing of gold up there. Fuck, I didn't even notice it. Jesus. Axe Shatter is doing so much work. Void Orb's catching up. That's good. Sanguine Pool is just absolute champ. Reliable champ. I gotta figure out what the fuck that combines with. Probably a different aura. Whoa, what the fuck is that shit? That's a lot of tentacles. I don't like that. Or do I? Cool. Well, at least this boss I could just go in fucking circles. Ooh, I cannot attack those. Okay. The black holes can't seem to figure out where to fucking go, unfortunately. I don't know how the fuck I dodged that. The worst boss is by far the three-headed Hydra. Those rapid AoEs are tough to get away from. Wow. God damn! Hell yeah, dude. Level 73, shit. Ooh, the Axe Shatter, man. Poo! We'll continue to see how far we get. I think... I mean, I think I'll get through wave 2, but there's no way I'm going to beat 3. I'm just not strong enough. I don't have enough power.
Getting stronger.
Yeah, especially with a shitty edge blade and... Yeah, gotta get rid of that trash, dude. God, it's really hard to find the gold pits compared to all these enemies. Well, that's good. Higher chance to dodge. God, fucking Frost Axe is doing all the fucking heavy lifting. I need like size increases for it. Ooh, Swift Death. Awesome. It's so funny watching those axes just clap shit. Hell yeah. Oh, is he just always appearing behind me? So I could just run forever? If I just run this way forever, it's just never gonna catch up. Nope, never mind. Yep, he switches. Oh, blue cloak, yes. Shit. I probably won't see a chance of a purple unless I do nightmare, I think. Ooh, it's gonna be stressful.
I ascend.
Ow, fuck. So much for that dodge chance, man. Oh, that hurts so bad. There was so much fucking HP. Where's that fucking heal at, dude? I'm supposed to have somebody that's the clockwork dude supposed to heal me. Just heal like once a fucking month. Could also be down, I don't know. No, he's still walking. He got HP, I see it. Ooh, it's not a bad heal, man. It was like a fifth of my health bar, maybe? Fifth or sixth? Alright. Clockwork boy's pretty okay. Common cloak. Rip. Here's the part where I die horrifically. Oof. Oh, God. Everything hurts so bad. One little touch. These motherfuckers quick, too. This is bullshit. Disable my dodge, you fucker. Kitty guys is Blacksmith of Soul Frame. Of course it is. Wait, what? What are you talking about, baby? Oh! Oh, God. No! Fuck! Oh, they hit so fucking hard, dude. Woo! 1,000,000 damage on the Axe Shatter? Jesus! Honestly, Vordor really picked up. Sanguine's still reliable as fuck, though. I'm surprised those two can't combine. I'm disappointed. What about the Blacksmith, Kitty? When you unlock the Blacksmith Soul Frame, you'll see what I mean and be like, oh yeah? Of course you are what you are. Is it basically like, what's her name? The Gemma from fucking Monster Hunter? Just look it up. Oh. Basically. Oh, yeah. Got them tibbies hanging out. Yeah, well, kinda. Yeah. Needs to be bigger. Scantily clad. I mean, who needs armor when you're fucking working on the forge? You may as well just be naked. Just in a bikini. It's probably way more comfortable.
Let me help you.
What is this? Oh, projectile speed. Not terribly excited about that one.
How are you, young blood?
Vampires strong together. Let's see.
let's yeah.
Hi, you right?
Hell yeah. I don't give a fuck what this is. It's probably way better. What's this? 126 and 21? I upgraded it. Not for sure. Cool. We can get rid of that. Let's upgrade this cloak, I guess one more time. Yeah, that's about all I can do anyway. Cool. Yeah, it's good. What am I missing? Am I missing a hat? I am missing a hat.
Get some blood on your hands.
We'll save the blood shards. Alright, which two do we want to unlock? We gotta do a skull missile run. Yeah. This is 50k. Starfall looks fun. Okay. So combos, 100% worth. So good. Upgrade an item 4 times? Oh, like a single item, I see. 20 bloodstone will come with you over time. Starfall up to 10, okay. So Ghost and then Starfall and then Piercing Fang. Blood Ore? Ah, yeah. Probably pretty close to that one. Yeah, okay. Dude, what the fuck would Sanguine Pool combine with? The fuck is it? Let's do the Fire Rat Horde. Ghostly Barrage. Let's immediately banish those. Oh, the Ghostly Barrage is fucking trash ass, if I remember right. This combines with that. That combines with that. Don't need Black Hole, really. Actually, I'd rather have that than the fucking, fucking Edge Blade. Talk about garbage. Don't know what the Black Hole combines with. Oh, I think the Sanguine Pool combines with Blood Spikes. Yeah, it for sure does. I just need more Bloodstone. Shit. Okay. So we want to get the Skulls as our tertiary. And Sanguine is our, like, please don't get near me too much. And still go for... We'll go for, the Scythe and the Blades this time. That sounds fun. Scythe, Blade, Skull, Pool. Oh, did I not find Marius? Oh, I didn't. Shit. Okay, we'll go back to him. So much to unlock, man. I think we can go here, to the right, here, to the right, here, and then left, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
A new hunt begins.
What I was gonna go for? Let's banish that. And sagely banish this. Okay, yeah, we can start with this. That's not bad. And then we want Skull Missile. Yeah, and then Scythe and the thingies. Yeah. Elizabeth, duh. Hot chick.
My blood surges.
We want this. Okay, so now we want to focus on Scythe. Pool. Oh god, I don't even know.
Die now.
Oh my god, skid right across the pond. That's pretty dope. Wham.
Eyes of the night.
We'll just pick whoever has the better upgrade time, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Good start for the fucking Sanguine Pool.
Path revealed.
Hell yeah. Give me that movement speed.
Uncover the unknown.
128? Oh my god. Ow. Cool. Put it together. I look forward to playing that with you Monday, dude. Hope you don't mind, carrying a fucking noob. I wonder how things are gonna scale in co-op. Or, for that matter, progress. I hope it's decent in the alpha. It'd be a bummer if it's like where winds meet and it's fucking like you can't do basically anything together. Other than a boss. You can also play down. Oh, it's so late. There's no way. No fucking way, bro. It's been a fun multiplayer real quick. How is the multiplayer? Is it like, I don't know, decently reliable? Do you actually like progress together? Can you do everything together or are you limited? That's what I'm worried about really. I just want to be able to do everything together. Just want to hang out and have a good time, man. You think so? Cool. That's good. Just be happy to hear.
Mystery unravels.
Oh, this fuses with the fucking, okay.
Path revealed.
Hell yeah.
Give me that scythe, good boy.
I'm trying to stick to just the red ones. The artifacts have been like really disappointing so far. Let's head towards the thingy. How much I have? 88? I could probably go to this red one down here.
One more step to my goal.
Yeah. Look at the blood aura is going the cooldown box. God, it's going so fast. Yeah, it's your dash cooldown. Dash cooldown. Very good. Scythe. Trying to do Scythe and the saw blades, whatever they are. Yeah. You stream some for you? Nah, it's okay, dude. I'm so focused on this I wouldn't be able to watch anyway. Bullet heavens require a lot of attention. You're in a dungo. Sick. Is there any kind of like cooldown on like bosses or anything? Is that a thing? Like any kind of time gating in general you run into? You ever run into it? Okay. Well, that's a good sign. That's great. I pray there is no time gating whatsoever. Or if there is, it is very minimal. Like a world boss or something. Yeah, Nier, still going, dude. So far, the axe, the blood pool, and the scythe are my favorite. They are shredding. I haven't really found a fourth favorite yet. The spear is still good, like from the get-go, though, but I haven't had it in play for a hot minute. Did it run early before left again with the rats and gods. I hated them so much. Wait, hated what? Oh, the flaming rats, those? Yeah, those are... They're tough, dude. Some of those skills, I feel like most of the skills are good, but like... I feel like there's certain upgrades you gotta pick. Otherwise, they can't be really good, you know? Like, some of them are just better with quantity or like... size or whatever, you know what I mean? Some kind of formula in there. I did get lucky and I got a rune. I don't know if you can see it. You can't see it from here, I think. But I have a legendary rune that gives me crit damage and it's like 150%. It's fucking great. It's the only thing I can use right now, though, as far as runes. You said I tried all the combinations? Yeah, that's what I'm doing too right now. Yeah, we're getting there. But yeah, my crit damage is like starting 400% or some shit. So all I have to do is get crit chance, and it slaps pretty hard. I still have to be really careful though. These blue boots are a godsend. They're giving me 20% dodge, and let me tell you, I have used so many dodges. Boots are crazy important. Running basic rune for the XP. Yeah, I got lucky and I got some blues. I've just been running normal. I haven't run Nightmare yet because I realized, like, man, if you don't finish a run, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth the time. I'm having fun though, dude. I love this game. Dude, if this shit was co-op, I would shit my butt. Shit my whole butt out. Also, I'm disappointed in the artifacts so far. Okay, that's actually a good one. I'm kind of avoiding artifacts a little bit too. Like as of like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. Just when they don't have a windowed full screen. Yeah, that is a bummer, dude. I feel like it'd run better. It is a bummer. That's not even supposed to be running in that resolution. What the fuck? Weird. Alright.
What calls?
I see a little bit of gold over there. That's it for the gold. Right now, I'm trying to level up the Scythe and the Vampiric Blade so I can put them together. Dude, the Frostball fucking sucks so bad. But when you combine it with the axes, disgusting. My last run on normal through, I think a tier 2 zone, was like 1,000,000 damage in one specific fight. 1,000,000 in a short fight. Like, it was fucking crazy. You like your wand? Wait, your wand? What wand? 40% damage? 10%. What wand? Is that like an artifact? Or like a rune? Oh! Oh, your staff wand, your handheld. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry. 40% damage? God damn. The cooldown on that's nice. Mine's, I think I have an axe. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Can I show it? Oh, yeah, it's right here. I got an axe with 30% attack damage and then 85% crit hit damage. I have so much crit hit damage, dude. So it's all just, I just go for crit and nothing else. Yeah, but my boots, you gotta get some boots, dude. The cloak is okay. I don't have a hat still for some reason. I don't know why. You love fast attacks? Me too. Oh, what's nice is with all the crit damage, like, on this goofy ass thing, all I have to do is, just cooldown reduction and then, crit chance. And it's pretty good, I think. But also survival's really fucking hard. Have you gotten past... So I've killed the first 3 bosses in the endless run. Like the infinite mode after you kill the main boss. Have you gotten past that? Because it is, God, it's crazy. Hat is until the castle map. Jesus Christ. You killed 3 bosses, 2 forest, and 2 desert. I think I've done all the level 2s, and I'm working on... Is this my first level 3? I think this is my first level 3. I think. I don't know. I'll look at them. Can I look at the map? I don't know if I can look at the map. I don't know. I don't know. Man, feels good.
I grow.
You have like 10 runs at most. That's why giving up, because I forgot to change what weapons were. Oh. I wish this game were co-op. Oh, this would be fucking crazy. Wait a minute. Doesn't Vampire Survivors have co-op now? Pretty sure it does. Didn't they add that recently? Yeah, online co-op. Yeah, I gotta reinstall that. Hell yeah. We should play that together sometime. Also, I've never actually really put much of any time at all into Vampire Survivors, so I'm basically a noob in that. So that might be really fun. Oh, I'm also trying to level up the Skull Missile. I forget what the thing was, but to unlock the next like lightning bolt thing or something, you have to either... I think you have to fire off Skull Missiles? I don't know if you have to kill or fire. Or just shoot, but... Yeah. Oh, that bite of bacon was really bitter. Holy fuck. Oh. Oh, that's very burnt. A very burnt piece of bacon. Holy shit. Whee! I'm gliding across the ice. Not that cold. This game's fun as shit, dude. Like, I can't put it down. This is gonna be a problem. I don't want to spend money on artifacts. I've been so disappointed in artifacts. I don't know, man. Just doesn't feel good. fucking upgrades, man.
Uncover the unknown.
I'll come back to art. If I got money left, I'll get that artifact, but... Dash is disabled! Hey, soft guys. Shit, now fireball over here. Love it. Come on. I just want to combine the scythe and the thingy. God, I love this game so much. It's too good. Oh, near Faye started following my wish list like super hard, and it feels good. It makes me happy. She's all up in that playlist or wish list. I don't know. Hell yeah. Oh, that's cheap. 31? Fuck yeah. God damn it. Still fucking worth it. Ugh. Well, he a chonka boy. Oh, common blueprint. Fuck. I want the blues. I want the purple. Oh, can't get purple until fucking Nightmare. That's right. What's a little more crit damage, you know? Just a little bit more crit damage.
Die.
Oh, fucker. Oh, fuck yeah. Size and damage on the site. Perfect. Yeah, the main way to get, like, blueprints is to save up for these fucking things. Little blueprint totems or whatever. God, they're always so expensive. Oh, fuck. That round was so fast. Damn. Endless 2? Yeah. If you can survive long enough. But, like, that's where I've gotten all my blue ones, I think, near, is from the endless mode. No, I take that back. One of them was from a shrine. Totem, shrine, whatever. Damn, it's 197 now. Fuck. It's so expensive.
Path revealed.
It's worth it. The shit you can roll in those items, especially a higher tier. God. Dumb. These are all... Let's refresh. Let's refresh all of these. It wasn't much better, but yeah, I'll take some move speed. Move speed good. Come back to that, maybe. Oh, that tickles. Hell yeah. And, well, whatever. At least we got A level. I've learned it seems better to mostly take, like, whatever the highest tier of anything that pops up. Like epic versus rare versus legendary, whatever. It seems like it's a good idea to just get the highest one. Because a lot of that has, like, power that carries over. It just sucks because you can't level things kind of how you want. But, like, it seems worth it. Carryover's good. I think so. Wait. I don't even know who I have with me right now. Shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, we want him. The crit... Dude, his fucking buff lasts for like 20 goddamn seconds. And it's all crit damage, baby. It's so good. Everybody else's is like 8 seconds. He's just fucking... Oh, shit. Click that. Nah, whatever. Best outcome. But it'll do.
Uncover the unknown.
I think we have enough for the one down here. 65. Wow. I swear to God, as soon as it's up, it's just up again. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that one's, yeah, it's like 200. 67, okay. Well, big fucking ripperoonie, I guess.
Weakness left behind.
Yeah. Wow. Damn, I wish I had more time on that. Yeah, and then we go from here to the left. Love this game so much. So fucking much, bro. Break the chains and free the what? Yeah, hell yeah. As long as it levels up faster, I don't give a shit. Come on, man. It's a pickup range. I don't know if these guys are tanky or if my damage is poop. Come what's happening. Yeah. God damn it, dude. Come on. Hell yeah. No! Can I... Oh, only discard? How would you discard that, though? What would be the purpose? You just get nothing.
One more step to my goal.
Oh, yes. Scythe is maxed out. Good shit. Super expensive. Can't do that. Second boss came out. I don't know how much time left. Oh, it fucking hurts. God damn! Woo! Thanks for whatever the fuck just happened.
What in tarnation?
Oh, I like this one. I like the potion of agility. That's one artifact I'm pretty happy about.
My blood stings.
More crit damage, I guess. Wow. Oh, you little fucker. This fucking loot goblins, they keep appearing at the end. Cheating whore. Yeah, we want to go left because I want that, whatever that is. Because I think I rescue a vampire? I hope. Whatever they do. The dice one is so weird.
Ready for more?
Alright, those are maxed out, I think. Now I just have to get lucky and maybe I'll get that fusion. Dude, nice, yeah. Not like gobbledygook down here. God damn. Not yet. Just killed an elite with 0 seconds left in the timer? Oh man, yeah. I've had a few close calls like that too. So close. Oh, there it is. Vampiric. Does it leech? No. Alright. Slowly through enemies, rotating, blah blah blah. Alright, we'll see. Ooh! Yeah, that's nice.
Die
Oh, he died back here? How the fuck? Okay, dude.
Field of sight.
All these dice to him. Alright, we're done with that. Ow, fuck. Man, I fucking love my sanguine pool. I gotta stop getting hit by shit. Would be good.
Eyes of the night.
Oh god, wrong way. Crash. Goddamn. Alright, let's go. Let's clean up the fucking map, shall we? Shall we? See a little bit of gold to the south and northeast. Dash pull down very good, I have found. Oh, fuck. Oh no! There's no way I'll make those. Fuck me.
Getting stronger.
Damn. Oh no, I can't access it. What if I spam F? Ah, fuck. I totally forgot about those. It's alright, I got extra money for the next level, I guess. Extra money, boy. Tell you what. What in the fuck? Oh, I have to fight Celine? Oh, rest in peace, dude. I keep freezing her. Should have made her immune to Furies. Stands with you. Oh, alright. That's weird. It's the first time I've done that, I think. Is she dead? Is that a companion unlock? Like, I'm super confused. Guess I'll find out.
Path revealed.
Oh good, we've got a magnet, so we can just kind of breeze through shit, pick up the gold. Everything else can just die wherever. Oh hell yeah. I love when a magnet spawns in the field. It makes life easy. Get there in the last 30 seconds and GG.
Field of sight.
Boo. Yep, not what I wanted, but it is what I got. It ain't much.
Cursed bell.
Let me very badly. Been ignoring it for a minute. 250 enemies drink a random potion? That's fucking cool. Hell yeah.
I've got a little goblin.
Die now.
Do I have to? Wait. Oh, that's right, because I got an extra thingy. What do I pick up? I guess. Let's refresh it, see if we get something other than the Void Orb. Yeah, buddy. Wahoo! Damn. Okay. Yeah. That's what I would expect. Quest for sure. Need that rep, baby. I think this will let me unlock 2 characters once I get back. That could be pretty nice. Homie is already almost dead. And he's dead. Love it. Oh, Ring of Sanctity. That's actually a good artifact. Wish I got that earlier, but... Damn it. Alright, so we do have a magnet. Let's just go for the gold files where the fuck those are. You said, sitting in the companion circle going, why the hell are these enemies dying so easily outside the circle? Oh, right, got the, yeah. Spawns the first 150 with 1 HP. Yeah, that one's actually nice, dude. It makes a very easy start for maps. The other one I really like is the one that reduces their HP anywhere between like 1 and 90 per enemy, like in general. That one's really good too. You also got that one. Oh, it's so... Dude, the combination of those two are fucking awesome. Fucking nice, bro. Oh, look at all those colors. Oh, so nice. That nice. Oh, should have gone for fucking crit chance. That was stupid of me. And now we sit and wait.
Power.
I don't even know how it's reaching some of these dudes out here, but... Guess we'll get this probably shitty artifact. Oh! Yeah, that's alright, I guess. Chest drop 2 potions instead of 1. 611k. Yeah, those fused weapons are fucking woo good. Fused weapon, very, very good. I'm a big fan. What's this? Is this new? This is new, isn't it? Yeah, it's new. Dude, that Hydra boss? Oh my god. Almost destroyed me. That Hydra boss was fucking rough. I don't know, like, his coverage was just so good that I kept running into shit. And pretty much getting, slapped. Every other boss has been easy. But the Hydra boss, like, almost killed me. I'm talking, like, 50 HP left. Wahoo!
Stage completed.
45k is pretty good. I think the ice axes are better, but the scythe is pretty good. I think I like the ice axe better. If I had to choose a fusion. Yeah, endless mode. Fuck yeah. No reason not to, as far as I know. Unless it's just like trying to save time.
Getting stronger.
Blah.
enough collection range that I don't have to fucking move anymore. I'm close. I need a little bit more. Technically, I should be moving. I shouldn't be standing still like that. Can't wait to get the fucking blood spikes and infuse it with the sanguine. Oh, it's gonna be so gross. So goddamn good. Chance, good. Oh goddamn. Oh goddamn. Oh goddamn, sir. What's my crit at? Ooh, 36? Yikes. Go up! Oh, blue boots. Okay, well, I mean, that's good. I was hoping for a hat, but you said you didn't get into the castle, so. I think I might die earlier just because these fucking sights are really slow. Fuck, man. Die now. Do I have to? Also, black hole, pretty good. It combines with some kind of blood something. I just don't know what. Yo, Nerf Saboteur, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Star Wars here. How you doing, dude? Welcome to the shit show, bud. How are you, man? Are you a big fan of this game? I fucking love this game. Oh my god. You thinking about picking it up? Dude, you should. It's so good. So fucking good. Oh, cool. Love that. Thank you. It's cheap and it's fucking great. Hey, Stormy, how are you? Wow. Wow, Stormy. Just barraging our new followers fucking retinas like that. I'm proud of you. Honestly, I think my pants shrunk. Stormy, how are you, BB? It's been a hot minute since I seen you. I love your face, Stormy. I hope everything's going good. Hot minute since we've been able to chat, especially with my very crazy, sad, non-existent schedule for streaming. But it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And it ain't much. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die. No fucking way. Ah, fucking shit! Shit! Pretty good. In a lot of pain. You have been for about a week. Why are you in so much pain? What's going on? Alright, that was a really, really solid run. Very nice run.
Blood is the only answer.
Oh, a life regen rune? Ooh. Might be worth. I don't know. This thing is so good. So much fucking crit damage on that thing. I was like, oh! Each time I head in the battle, the apprentice set out to hunt around the castle grounds. The longer you stay in battle, the more loot they'll bring back for you. Oh, that's that person, that vampire I just fought, isn't it? No. It is. Oh, shit. Oh, hell yeah. You just installed You're Gonna Lurk? Yes, Nerf. Have fun, dude. You're gonna love it, and if you want any tips, you let me know.
Building never ends.
Do you think I need a DLC or just play it first? Oh no, just play it, dude. Wait, is there a fucking DLC for this already? What the fuck? In a way. Might be thinking of something else. Might be thinking of the other games. No, there's no DLC, dude. You just play. It just hit 1.0. It'd be crazy to have a DLC already. Oh, the bundle with Hellclock is really good, by the way. Really, really good. For an ARPG, I love the style.
Do you want it level?
But that's up to you. I don't know what to tell you. I played it in its playtest, and it was fucking awesome. But that's up to you. I don't know if you like that ARPG style. With kind of like a time constraint, but like roguelite features, so you can extend it and go deeper and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a separate game, Nerf. I don't know why they're bundled together. Maybe it's the same dev. I haven't really looked, but who are we gonna get here? We got 130. Get 2 people either way. Let's get this little shithead. Oh, critical hit chance for the duration? Oh, shit, homie. Enemies have a chance to drop gold for the duration? Oh, that's also really good. Fuck. Dude, Elizabeth, Pumpkin, and the Gargoyle would be so much damage. I don't know, gold hasn't really been that much of a struggle if I just skipped artifacts, so I don't think I really need to. Is it? I'm guessing it's just 1 gold per enemy, but that probably adds up fast. Only for 10 seconds though. 35% chance. Meh. He's probably worth it if he's like upgraded. Alright, so we're gonna go for Elizabeth, Gorg, and Pumpkin. Yeah. Yo, Pumpky Wumpky, woo.
Fit like a glove.
I mean, there's really, I mean, I may as well just dismantle these, right? Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna be better. Also, the bombs are good. The rats are meh. Fire rat bombs are equally okay. All right. Movement speed and cooldown reduction. That movement speed is such poop. Oh, shit. The perks themselves can be of rare quality or standard, even on a rare item. So it's like, oh my god. There's so much RNG to this. You clever bastard.
You need more training.
Freeze everything. I say when it did 186k damage to the last level, maybe it's just too hard to notice their damage. It could be, yeah. Your other abilities could be more, just connect better, honestly. I'm not too terribly interested in the rats. They didn't do very good at the demo either. They just start off so slow. They get huge, though. It covers, like, a large portion, but, like, so does everything else, you know? Alright, let's, I want my fucking blood spikes, man. Gotta kill 20 bosses, basically, I think. Ooh, we got Starfall. Sick, dude. First Spider or Wings of Dusk? I don't know. We'll just, you know what? Maybe we'll hold off on that. So, we could turn both Ghost off. Are they off? Yeah. We'll keep the... Oh, I see. Oh, that's the fire rat bomb. Okay. You died to the last boss because I could not see its attack lines because of stupid fire rat bomb. I think there's a setting in the menu where you can change the transparency if it helps. Yeah. Ooh. Oh no. Starstorm. Watch this absolutely suck. Strikes down from above. Each bolt that hits an enemy erupts into a scatter. Try it. So yeah, turn that setting on if you go. Yeah, of course. All right, so lightning in the star. The spiders being like, okay. Wait, dagger? Wait, dagger plus spider equals frozen spider? What the fuck? It makes smaller spiders? That was weird. Let's try it, dude. This dagger and spider, and what was this one? Star and lightning. I don't think I could do all of that. Probably only do one of them to actually fuse it. But let's try the, let's try the spiders, fuck it. So we're gonna aim for daggers. Ugh, God, this is gonna be bad. Daggers and spiders, priority. It's gonna be so bad, dude. Okay, so... Oh, I didn't do any tier 3s yet. Okay. Yeah, let's do this one as tier 2, because I'm missing a fucking, vampire. I wonder, like, did he just, like, run away last time? Yeah, it's so fucking weird.
My time has come.
Yeah, we'll do the aura for safety. I hope all the shit I killed in the other realms carries over. Okay, okay, never mind. We're gonna do lightning bolt and the star first. Okay. Actually, we'll do whatever we pick up last. Yeah. Whether it's daggers next or the star.
I ascend.
What was that? New staff, 42 damage, 23 crit chance. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yup. Okay. We're doing daggers and spiders. Priority. We're gonna see what it turns into. Oh god. Our beautiful Elizabeth. Yeah. It's a good staff, dude. Yeah, it's a very good staff. Ugh, Elizabeth's so hot. I mean, the damage bonus is nice, but also she is super hot.
Ready for more?
Oh, a goblin! He's like right in front of me, dude. Good time for a movement speed increase, too. I wonder if he, like, eventually disappears. He probably does. I'm gonna have fat loot, baby. God damn, I almost died. Whatever the fuck that was. Spooters! The spooters are very slow.
Eyes of the Night.
Ooh, Magnet activated? Too bad there's nothing down here. What a waste. Wish I could stay active forever. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
My blood surges.
Did I say daggers and spiders? I think I said daggers and spiders. Nice. Perfect. Oh. Holy shit! Those spiders are actually doing work. Alright. We want to make sure we get that duel in the middle. Let's go this way so we get some shadow silk, some purple stone, and yeah. $106? Fuck me then. What did I say? Where the fuck is the music?
Mystery unravels.
Your motherfucker tee-hee-heeing from his fucking towel, probably. Oh, the spiders change directions. Okay, so they're like reliable. That's kind of nice. Maybe the daggers and spiders will be like really good. One can only hope.
Uncover the unknown.
So I'm missing so much stuff. What happened here? I love it when a roguelike game, or roguelite even, has an endless mode to some extent, like Risk of Rain style or something. Makes me happy, man.
Field of sight.
Ugh. Garbage. Wolf any minute, second, whatever. Yeah, those spiders are, wow. Doing some work on that wolf. Jeez. Chance to dodge is always good. I forgot about this shit. Blueprint shrine. But here my broke bitch asses. Hell yeah. Dude, if you time this just right and turn into a fucking tornado, your speed at the end is so crazy fast. Does it take like 5 seconds to do it? Oh, ow, 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 fuck.
Power.
Dumb. Love it. I like saving those for last if I can. Yeah, those spiders do good, dude. Yeah, alright, cool. Hell yeah. Let's go. You know, a big old blue cape.
Path revealed.
Oh, cool. We got that. $130. Ouch.
eyes of the night.
Hell yeah, baby. $198 for that? God damn. I don't know if those are worth it, man. I feel too expensive. Fucking ow. Woo. I wonder though, is it the same old spiders and they're ice, or is it like they move really quickly? I hope the daggers make them move like super fast and split into a bajillion spiders. Sick. How did I miss one? What the fuck? What do you know? I did. Oh, there you are, bitch. Come here. Get him. Get him. Perfect. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, let's do this since we got 30 seconds. Maybe we'll sprint for the fucking artifact one. I don't know. Where'd that gold come from? Ooh, objectives 25% faster. Hell yeah. Sometimes you get lucky with an artifact. And it ain't shit. Sometimes. Ooh. Keeps doing that. Alright, cool. Get another little dude. Give us lots of goodies when we get home. Passian. Oh, he has so many abilities. The last girl got frozen so much she didn't do shit, but this guy's like shitting out all the abilities. See you later, nerd. What a fucking loser. This goddamn purple ghost.
Inside.
Fuck yeah, dude. Oh god, oh fuck.
Path revealed.
Oh man, that finishes up so fast. It's a good artifact to get. yeah. Oh, I see the goblin.
Die now.
Yeah, bud. Sure. Fucking sick. What is that, 134? Yeah, let's go back down here and get this one. I think prioritizing reds is a good idea. Fucking ow. So beefy. That spider gets it though. Jesus. Honestly, spiders pretty good. They're a little bit on the slow side, but Sanguine Pool, so good, dude. Can't wait to get those blood spikes. Infuse that shit in there. It's gonna be so busted. Let's see. I can only go that way, so. Ugh. Oh god.
Eyes of the night.
Good, we got a magnet, which means we can kind of fuck off. I've noticed the Sanguine Pool really doesn't need cooldown reduction. Because fuck all to it. The damage? Big difference on that, as far as I can tell. Sanguine Pool! Oh, hell yeah, dude. Is that it? Or spiders maxed? It might be maxed out.
Getting stronger.
Hard way to dagger instead. For 32? Yeah. That's about as cheap as that gets. I wonder if price like implies a higher or lower chance of like rarity. Fine.
I ascend.
Beautiful. Nice. That's a pretty good one to get. Yeah, yeah. magnet all the time.
Field of sight.
Did it wear off already? Yeah, it did. Alright, let's go. Pretty much just hang out at the magnet. I think we got everything else, more or less. Now spiders is maxed out. The spiders keep changing directions.
One more step.
I like that they choose like 1 or 2 targets. That's kind of nice. Cooldown 0.09 seconds. Oh my god, it's already so fast. Holy shit, the cooldown on the spiders is so low. No wonder they're so fucking nasty. High damage, low cooldown. Built in, that's absurd. These ghosts can kindly fuck off. That'd be super sick. Would love. Oh yeah, dude. I think spiders and sanguine might be like the play for me if these keep up. It's going pretty nice. 4 to 8 levels. Yeah, meditate for sure. Give them levels, bitch. Companion. Who do I have right now? Is it Elizabeth? I think it's Elizabeth.
Power.
Yeah. Let's refresh that. It's kind of bad. Oh god, that's fantastic. God damn. Get him, spiders, get him! Jesus Christ. They're getting faster. Alright, so we got crit chance now. And damage. No crit damage, though. No Gorg. Ooh, we got a magnet. Good. We can fuck off and haul ass. I don't have to care about anything. It's great. Stellar.
Ready for more?
Bitch just gives you like a 50% crit chance. It is crazy. Doesn't last as long as Gorg though. This shit's like 20 seconds of what, like 200% crit damage? It's a fucking goofy amount. that's it. Go get the green one down there. Got plenty of time. Holy shit. It's fast. That's a good one. There we go. We just sit here for a while.
What calls?
Hold on. Raven 2? What is Raven 2? Raven 2. Oh, it's an MMORPG. Is this, on Epic? Busty babes. You calm the fuck down. What do you get for free? Oh, Dark Side Detective. How sad is the library? I played the first two, I think. Could do it again. Yo, Jackbox? Fuck yeah. No. Alright, let's look up Raven 2. Oh, it's all one word? Ravens? Oh, it's a free? Oh, shit. It's probably gonna be fucking garbage. Hot garbage. Like sexy garbage. Garbage. Gonna be microtransaction hell. Damn. Can I install it? Oof. We'll try the D drive, but I don't know, dude. We'll launch that later and see. Holy shit, burgers. Damn. None of them reached me. That's crazy. I can't believe I finished the level that quick. Like with a whole minute left. God, these spiders are disgusting.
My blood surges.
Well, hot damn. Hell yeah. Yeah, Sanguine Pool. How is it doing so much damage, dude? Crazy. What is this? Is this like the weird, yeah, narrated shit? Find werewolf trail marked with freshly made claw marks and torn pieces of clothing. A werewolf pack's den may be nearby. Is that poison traps on the trail? That's a weird thing to do. Follow the tracks and clear the den. You storm the den. Reputation. Bloody Arrowheart artifact. Oh, 100 damage? Oh! Brutal. Arrowhead's pretty good, though. That's a good arty. Got artifact in 3 levels? That's pretty good. Hell yeah.
My blood.
Yep. What's my crit chance at? At 57? That's great. If I can get it above 50, like, that's pretty solid. Oh, good. We got a magnet. Sick. Yeah, what's up, Rios? Yeah, dude, I'm still alive. Isn't that fucking insane? I'm like addicted as shit to this game. Frozen spiders! Now we need Starfall, but we're never gonna have enough to mix that. How you doing, Rios? What you been up to today, dude? What you been playing? D2? Just got home from seeing Neil Tyson. Shit was fun. That's awesome, dude. Does he put on a show, or does he like just kind of talk? Does he do any like Q&A? So the spiders are not fast, but it does. I mean, it definitely turned him into ice spiders for sure. Now we got Starfall, which is way the fuck behind. Rios is at the start. He says the venue has a choice he sends in hours, the search for life in the universe. Okay. I don't know what that means, but that sounds nice. It was a show. Learning funny stuff. Okay, cool. That's kind of like, probably kind of like Mythbusters in a way. Probably not as funny though. Dude, Mythbusters are fucking, they were a riot on stage. The world is a worse place without them, man. It really is. I wonder what happened to them. Besides, I know a falling out between like the older and younger groups, but that's it. We cleared the level that fast. Jesus, another, yeah, we got like ready for mid left. Hang out near here. Whoop. It was surprisingly funny. That's crazy, dude. Wait, that was the chosen topic? What, the Mythbusters? What the fuck? Oh, search for the, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood, yeah. Okay. That's cool, man. I love that. You ever see the Blue Man group live? They are, they're pretty fucking entertaining. I forget why I saw them or when, or if they were like a pre-show. I can't remember, but, they're wild, man. Oh, you did? Oh, shit, nice. Years ago in your teens? Yeah. So, like, over a decade ago. Honestly, I think it's been close to that long for me, too. Why did I see them? I don't know. Maybe I just happened to be in the area? Did I win a ticket or something? Meh.
Power.
Mr. Old doesn't matter. Cirque du Soleil. Oh, sick, dude. It does matter. Fuck you.
I did it, Dad. Be proud of me.
Gonna go shower, be back if you're still alive. Okay, buddy. Woo! Frozen spiders. That damage didn't change much at all. What the fuck? Sanguine pool though, shredding. Big fan. What the fuck, dude? Bullshit. What happened to the last fourth of his health? Oh, because the spiders spawn on top of him. I see. God damn. I'm guessing. Holy fuck. Okay, spiders are really good. They're just, I think the Sanguine was just outpacing size-wise. But that's great. Hell yeah, continue. Infinite mode where you inevitably die after round 3. Because goddamn, it's crazy. Oh, it's not bad, I guess. Alright. That's not helpful in the stage, but here we are. Damn it. Another artifact thingy. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I want the red ones.
One more step to my goal.
There's the red one. %71% crit chance? Oh my god, dude. Near the spiders wreck. All you have to do is stand up in a boss's grill and all the spiders will just explode on spawn. And they will just delete a boss. I've never deleted a boss that quick so far. There might be something else that can do it, but good God. I mean, like, I got it down to like a third before I, like, got up in the boss's, like, junk. And as soon as I did, the boss just disappeared. That was wild. I will say the ice spiders, though. Meh. I think spiders are a good, like, tertiary. But, the ice spiders are pretty meh. They're not terribly different from the regular spiders, it feels. I don't know. It doesn't feel much different anyway. The spiders are great themselves, though. Starstorm is a great combo. Shit. That's my next one I was going to work on. Damn it. That wasn't blue at all. Oh. That's why I like Sanguine so much near. The attack is so fucking fast. It like constantly freezes enemies even at a low chance. I don't think there's like a coefficient like kind of calculation, so I think it's just per tick. It just has a chance of freezing. Now I fucking remember why I liked it so much. Shit.
My blood surges.
Feels good. Look at my little spiders, they're so cute! Oh, he's in my asshole. Ah, fuck. Oh, there we go. Starfall, finally. Oh, that's purple, though. Ugh. Winterbite is summoned. Oh, leave me alone. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna play more with Starfall next. I think Starfall is fucking neato, but I got it so fucking late. Oh my god. Fucking good night. He died so fast. Good my little spiders go, dude. Ah, I'm so proud of my spiders. Little babies. I think freeze is the key to survival. Beyond like dodge and shit. And fast 6, so yeah. Sanguine all the way, baby. I'll never give it up. Woo! Big Starfall upgrade. So nice. Honestly, I feel like this is like the true ultimate test of what weapons are fucking good is once you get to endless mode. What the fuck was that? What's that purple line? Is this the... Oh, no. I've been here before. Oh my god. I've never killed anything this fast before. That's crazy. Ah! Alright, I think that's it for frozen spiders. I think they're fully upgraded. Thanks for letting me know I received a common blueprint. Exactly what I wanted. I think I made it to 100% luck last time. Or was it 150? No, it couldn't have been. I think it was 100. Having trouble finding gold nodes now all of a sudden. Oh. Ow, fuck. Oh, never mind. Oh, God. Oh, there's so many. What the fuck? Oh. Oh god. Oh no. Please. I'm hoping if I just go fast enough in one direction, they'll never respawn fast enough to catch me. But I don't think that's how that actually works. Oh, he's not letting me dodge! Fuck! Oh my god. I actually got the 4th boss out? 5th? I don't even know on that. That's crazy, dude. Oh my god, his health is... Oh my god. Did I see something hit him for 2,000? Holy fucking shit! Don't kill him yet. Don't kill him yet. Don't kill him yet. Don't kill him yet. Okay, now we... Yeah. Now I'm gonna die, though. It's already getting tough, so... Let's do... I guess, yeah. I'll try to fuse the last 2 items, but I don't think it's gonna happen. At least now I know it's possible. Oh! Nice! Wait, from a green totem? Am I maxed out on artifacts? Oh, maybe I am. Does the X mean I can't hold anymore? Or are they always X's? I don't remember. Oh, fuck. Oh, I took that to the face. It was bad. Oh, yeah. I guess I am maxed out. Oh, God. Oh, everything hurts so bad! Fucking shit! Sick. Oh, fuck! Chip! Chip! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, barely hanging in there. Oh, look, oh, look, oh, look. Oh. Okay, as long as I don't get hit by the boss. By some random bullshit. Oh my god, I can't believe I killed another boss. That is crazy, dude. I'm for sure dead, though. I have no health. 1 hit. I'm out. I just stand here. Will I be safe? That shouldn't be fucking working. At all. For any fucking reason. Sick. I'm also healing. The rate of freezing. I mean, I guess they're bound to be, like, OP at some point anyway, right?
Power.
Between the freeze and the spiders, they're just shredding these motherfuckers. I love it. Am I about to fuse another fucking weapon? That's crazy, dude. I'm barely healing.
Die.
Oh, this is bad. God damn. Ugh. Oh my god, I fused another fucking weapon. Another. Holy shit, look at the lightning go! He's fucking nuts, mate.
My blood surges.
That's a crazy amount of damage. Damn. Yeah, I like Starstorm near. It looks like it's really shredding. Five times the count. Oh, your skin was purely. What the fuck? I want to see that. Dude, the sanguine is keeping them frozen. They're not even getting near me. I could just sit here for a little while anyway until they get too fast. Oh, it'll be like the ghosts in Mega Bonk all over again. Ooh! Another rune. Ain't a legendary, but I'll take it. Oh, they're getting close. They're getting close. Oh, something hit me. I can't see anything. Oh, they're shooting shit. Fucker. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, come on. Come on. Stay alive, goddammit. Stay alive. Stay alive. Don't you fucking die on me. Oh, if I get another boss, that's crazy. I think I might. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, you have the lower cooldowns. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's disgusting. I'm no, the whole screen's not full. Oh, he's dead already? What the fuck?
One more step to my goal.
Dude, how am oh my life, it's fucking crazy. I'm at 200% luck right now. That is bonkers, man. Sadly, I can't get fucking epics on this setting. I'm stuck with rares. That lightning is... I don't know if it's the lightning or the spiders, but one of the two is just absolutely shredding. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I don't know how many bosses I've killed. Like, what, 7 now or something? Holy shit. Let's decrease the cooldown between attacks, shall we? Dude, this guy's gonna die so fast. Oh my god! Oh, the spiders! Holy fuck! It's the spiders, man. Seriously! This is so goofy. 1 per minute, so yeah, 7, dude. There is 7 dead, soon to be 8. Insane. Oh god. Ooh, ooh, they're getting close. Nope. No, this is it. This is. Oh, and one of my guys are down too. How is Elizabeth still alive? Holy shit. He's a champ, man. Oh, no! Oh, he barely touched me! Fuck! Fuck! Oh, look at the spiders. Holy fucking shit. Dude, even look at Sanguine Pool. Sanguine Pool isn't even upgraded. Oh my god. Or fused, I should say. Yeah, I think Frozen Spiders and Sanguine. It's gonna be my go-to. That's... We're done. We're done. Go home. I should probably go to sleep soon.
Never underestimate blood's power.
What's the new one I got? Oh, projectile size? Oh, that could be really fun. Too bad I can only use one. Honestly, the life regen might be like... That might be really good. I'll use it eventually. I have two assistants, right? Yep. What do they draw? Oh, the building. Oh, the building materials. Yeah. Okay.
Good day, Roderick.
I'm not even done with the first mission yet. With the first quest. I hope the shit fucking carries over. I still need 9 runs. Wait, what did that say?
What can I do for you?
Oh, that says runs started. I could cheat that. Just die 9 times real quick.
Brick by brick.
You have 3 commons and 1 uncommon? Yeah. He's just time locked to finish? Yeah. I don't know. Should I cheese it or nah? Probably doesn't matter. Here we go. Now we got a block chance, which is pretty sick. Oh, I can't unlock him? Rip.
Cutting, sewing, buttoning.
All that, and I only got 2 blue, or 2 rare or uncommon blueprints. Rest in peace. Crit hit damage. There's not much point. Like, my axe is kind of good enough. I'm gonna hold on to the cooldown reduction ones, though. Never know. We'll just dismantle these. Sick. Could probably upgrade, right? Yeah, it's probably worth upgrading. What would you give me? 3%? 5 and 15, 20 and 6. Should I upgrade like each one? You better not fail. That's what I got. Should probably save the rest once we get like epic and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll just upgrade this and we'll leave these at all +3 or whatever. Yeah. It's good for now.
Great leaders work hard.
Short on purple crystals that run. I didn't get as many as I usually do. Oh, more XP. Oh, fucking need. Yeah, what's my chance to freeze on hit right now? Oh, 25%? Good God. Hell yeah, dude. It's time to be OP. Nosferatu Swarm. Okay, so ice spiders, not super necessary. Regular spiders are fine. I do love my axe. I like Starfall, it's pretty good. Regular spiders are fine. Sanguine is fine. Yeah, we'll just keep these on. I think that's pretty good either way. Launches a toxic rat nest crawling with poisonous rats. Bounces through enemies without stopping. The fuck? Yeah, that's pretty Can I turn that off? Damn. Those are fine, I guess. I need a lot of blood orbs, man. Okay, so all the 2s are done. I'm just missing... Okay. Finish the outer wall. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Well, here we go. Guess we're doing the snow world first.
I am ready.
It's probably gonna have to be my last one too. Why don't we do? Can we re-roll? Yeah. Spiders. Not a very big radius. Oh god, nope, not that way. Oh, I have spiders and sanguine. What do I want to fuse first? Let's do the Starfall. I thought that did some pretty good work. Or axes. I don't know, let's do axes. We'll fuck around and find out. Now we need the stupid, shitty poo ice orb. So we need the ice orb. Yeah.
I ascend.
Okay, get the shitty people ice orb. And I mean, this thing sucks. It does, like, I don't know, double the DPS of the axes though, which is nice. I wonder if the Starfall is better than the Frost axes. Probably is. Oh, goddamn. I am freezing. Oh, I don't want to die. Let's just warm up real quick. I assume it killed you.
What have I found?
Fucking missile? Yeah. finish the fucking level. Ow.
Power.
Wunderbar! Yeah, Cursed Spider just by itself is super good. Okay. We can go this way. Lots of elites. It's probably fine. Nightmare setting, I might second guess it, but.
Path revealed.
Ah, we got a magnet. Good shit.
Die now.
I don't want to. Oh, he's gonna like always intervene, I guess. Fucking ow. Owie. Man, these bitches are fast.
Eyes of the night.
Hell yeah. Love an extra 25 bonus damage. God, do it. Oh my god, man. These ghosts need to fuck off.
Knight's Bounty.
Jeez. Get to that magnet and just hang out.
Is it time?
Yeehaw!
They see everything.
Have I won yet? Oh, Rio, so many times. Winning so hard. Just for you. So my fucking wrist is starting to hurt.
Let's not waste time.
No, I haven't. What? I won so many times, bro. You know shit about fuck. You feel like reading or Destiny? Honestly, I don't know. If you played a good bit of Destiny, I think reading's a good idea. Depends on what you've done the least, you know? Gotta mix it up a little bit.
Power of the night.
About an equal? Destiny. I vote Destiny, which is weird, because I should say, no, I hate it, and fuck you, but I'm not gonna do that. That would be rude. Also, I don't care that much. Oh, shit. Oh my god, please get off my nuts. My face is Destiny? That's a sad, sad future. Oh, god damn it. Okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. No, god damn it! Oh my god, please. Please, there's so many elites. Please.
One more.
Oh my god, every time you leave, you have to charge him up again, and it's such a pain in the ass. Please. About 30 seconds. I'm just gonna get this one fucking node up here. Okay. Good god, what a clusterfuck. Wham. Done diddly did it, boy. Tell you what. Ow.
Vibrations.
It's hitting me, dude.
Weakness left behind.
Isn't it always right here in this little alcove? That'd be nuts. Oh, yeah. I really do need to eat food. Yeah, this is definitely the last game. Last match, last whatever run. Stomach eating itself, man.
Path revealed.
Hell yeah. Oh, good. We got that early on. Hell yeah. Good to get the Ring of Sanctity early. Lots of extra level ups. What am I doing? Axes and Ice Ball? Yeah. We have to go there because we want the companion, and we can get the rep. Yeah. Okay, think you're so funny. Ooh, chucklehead, huh? Vampire Lord of Chuckles. So that was the objective? Oh, it's fast. So sad those ice balls are so big, but so fucking useless. Absolute trash. Hell yeah. I love it, Kurchan. I love it. Just like you, for real, for real? Yeah. A big, useless ice ball. How dare you?
My blood surges.
have to. Please. So many ice balls. They're doing nothing.
Power of the night.
Oh my god. Oh, he won't let me dodge. No wonder. God damn it. I was like, man, why is this still on cooldown? What's going on? Fucker.
Field of sight.
Obviously. Technically, I can stand in all three.
Eyes of the night.
What a spawn. What's the cooldown now? 0.1 second? Okay. And he's damaged badly. Damage is so low. Duh. Take to the Goth Queen! Ball is done. He's fully upgraded now. He's fucking garbage. Got a goblin.
Uncover the unknown.
Give me that juice, bitch. A little bit of gold down here. could pay for those units, but I don't know why I would. Get this relic instead. 38. Oh yeah. Trash. Love it.
I ascend.
Eyes are getting dry and itchy. Oh God, stop dropping fucking yellows behind me, dude. Ow, fuck. My eyelash is like poking my eye, dude. Get off. Fucker. You fucking fucker. Let's reduce the dash cooldown. I think would be good.
Ready for more?
Perfect. Cooldown in size? I need damage though. Whoa. Okay. Sanguine did a lot of work anyway. What the hell is going on with Sanguine, man? Oh, new boss soon. Very exciting.
It awaits me.
Of course, it's always right here. Oh, this spiders are fast as shit now. Hell yeah.
A hidden reward.
Oh, okay, that was a good damage bump. Yeah, you really do have to wait for, like, epics and legendaries and blues and shit. Just kind of choose whatever the fuck you get. It's of that quality. You only get 10 upgrades and that's it. If you get 10 shitty ones, like, you're gonna have a really shitty fucking skill.
Weakness left behind.
Perfect timing. Did we get it? Yeah. Damage plus 12. Damn. All right, chill out. magnet
One
anywhere.
more
Big
step
sad.
to my goal.
Axe shatter. Here we go. What else do I have on me? I have spiders, blood. What goes with spiders? Daggers. Yeah, that's all I got. I guess I could do daggers and just do ice spiders again. Maybe. Damn, Sanguine is crazy. So good, dude. So god dang old good, boy. Tell you what.
Getting stronger.
Cool.
Power.
And my spiders are super fast. Dash disabled, you fucker. Honestly, it's probably one of the worst things he can fucking do. Lasts a really long time, too. Wait. Didn't I get rid of daggers? I think I did. Not me, I guess. It's a chance to freeze right now. 32. That's crazy good. Ghost is on. Oh, that's what he says before all the purple.
Ready for more?
Fucking ghosts show up. Okay. That's pretty much it. Yeah, we can just sit at this fucking magnet. So nice. Ah. Let's do mana regen. Yeah.
Cursed bell.
Damn, those axes are slapping for like 1,700.
Nice.
Dark blood surges.
Cooldown time, lifetime. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do daggers. We'll try to focus on daggers. Axes are already like dumb fucking strong anyway. Wham. Cleared that field, baby. Woo! Axe Shatterman is fucking nasty. Crystalline Spire, Frost, glowing with dreadful hymn. It promises power or annihilation. Feed your strength into the crystal? Or drain the crystal. No, drain the crystal's power. Sounds awesome. Oops. Okay, that was not very awesome. It's the boss of time. See how awful this boss is. The Hydra is the worst. I just hope there's nothing similar. Boop. It's free heal. Love that. Just a chunky boy.
Weakness behind.
Oh god, what's happening? I kind of love and hate that it's purple markers for wherever he's hitting. It's very hard to see. Spikes already. Meow. Jesus fucking Christ. Axe Shatter is gross, dude. Love it. Why wouldn't you do endless mode? That's kind of weird to me. I guess if you just really, really fucking didn't need it. Oh, that sucks. Let's reroll. We got one left. I gotta get blue or better. I'm not touching those commons, man. Also, the size of my sanguine is concerning. It should be a lot bigger. Not a good time. I just saw that shit hit for 1800, 1900, 1916. Oh, I'm gonna die so fast on this one. Get strong. I'm trying, Dad. It's hard. I've taken so much damage already. I am nice. So super fucked. Oh, my dagger's only level 4. What the fuck?
I ascend.
Not strong enough to sit there. I tried. Trying so hard. Got so far. In the end, it still doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is so funny. What is this? Dead Space initially on ice. Sell the IP. EA has 0 plans to bring back Dead Space in the future. Wow. Black Shadow was crushing it at least. Sanguine doing a ton. Spiders not so much, but I didn't really upgrade them, so. I don't know. Everything in this game feels good. What is this? You have to break something?
Still in one piece.
Oh, because I have fucking stones or whatever. Oh, I love this game. Oh my god, so much stuff.
How are you, young blood?
Young blood. We got max HP, drop chance, potion. We'll probably start putting into here, maybe. We'll just do that. I think. Oh, very nice. Wait, what's this? Oh, this is where the yeah. Where he reconstructs the rest of the castle. Blah blah blah.
Be strong, Roderick.
What does he do? Attacks freeze enemies for the ability's duration. Due to 100% chance for 15 seconds. That alone, Mr. Octopus alone could just win the fucking game for you. It's absurd. How do I, like, unmark it or whatever? Banish? Yeah.
Measure twice, cut one.
A single sad blueprint. Oh, why'd I do that? I meant to fucking dismantle. Single sad blueprint, man.
Be tough.
Big Sag. Chance to burn. I don't know if I care about that much. Damage to enemies afflicted by freezer burn. Oh shit, dude. Damage for life lost. It's good stuff. Oh, hell yeah. Can't get that last one, but god damn! They pretty much kept this tree, like, almost the same. The other trees are a little bit different. Where's my fucking blood spikes? 15, so I gotta kill 5 more bosses, yeah. Oh. I don't know, I think I might like Starstorm better than the axes. It's hard to say. Oh, so much to unlock. Holy hell. Alright, that's my last one for the night. I've got to fucking go do some other stuff. Like sweep and mop or something, man. And then probably get some rest. new main game got. Hell yeah, dude. This and routine. I'm gonna do more routine, I promise. I just didn't do it today because I got super addicted on this. So there's no going back. Where do we send you to tonight, guys? Pocket Ninja, maybe? Yeah, dude, let's send you to Pocket Ninja. I love you guys. You have a good night. I'll see you Monday. I got birthday stuff, so you probably won't see me. Big smooches, much love. We'll do some Kill It With Fire 2. And what's the other one? I don't remember what the other one is, but I'll see you soon. Bye. Also stream.
Of course. There we go. Somebody wants to raid when I'm getting ready to leave.